Alright, let's get into it. Get started. At that. Hello everybody, welcome to another Saturday evening Umamusume stream featuring your boy, Skinny Penis. How you doing? Alright, no, it's Sheena the Penguin. I'm here. I'm back. So it turns out I've made a fatal horrible mistake. Telling y'all yesterday was my 1 year anniversary. I took a look. Oh, hold on, why am I so slanty? Hold on one second. There we go. Okay. Yeah, turns out I made a horrible mistake. Turns out today was actually the 1 year anniversary. Not that it really matters. It's off by a day, but that's a big kind of oopsie on my part. So yeah, it turns out actually today has been 1 year since I started streaming. So take for that what you will, but I mean, same sentiment as yesterday, right? It's just like it's been crazy that it's already been 1 year. And really feels like I'm still learning so many things. I still have so much to do in terms of like kind of growing and learning and stuff. But it's been a fun experience, although it hasn't been the most crazy. I don't know, but no, it's been pretty good. Hey QT, good seeing you, good seeing you. How's it going? It's going good. We just started, so just telling everybody that technically today was, it's been 1 year since I started streaming. I said that yesterday, but that was a lie, so it is today. And I was just like, yeah, it's kind of crazy how time flies, but yeah, hope you're having a good Saturday as well. We're gonna dive into some Japanese Umamusume, trying to get some last minute League of Heroes runs going. I spent the most of today, honestly, just grinding out on the English side of things, just grinding out for both the event and the CM that's coming up. But I figure I don't have any Umas prepared for the League of Heroes on the Japanese side, so I might as well use this stream as kind of an excuse to get that going. So we'll get that started, but yeah, other than that, I guess anything else I can talk about while we're playing the game, so let's dive right into it. Let's get it. Alright. Is that... Yeah, it's good, okay. Before we do that, actually, well... Yeah, before we do that, let me use up my TP, or my RP. I'm gonna use up my TP right now. EP, RP, PP, all the same thing, JP... all one and the same. I guess before we get started, so here's the deck I've been using. I think I mentioned either yesterday or like a previous stream, I do not have the best cards, unfortunately. You can see I'm borrowing Minecraft because she's kind of almost required, especially with her high voltage plus the other things. But yeah, I don't have her. I don't have Bourbon. I don't have a lot of cards, so I'm kind of limited in the sense of like what I can kind of build. So this is really about as close as I can get in terms of like kind of the ideal deck. Granted, I have Stego, I have Dive Scarlet. I mean, that's at least a good start, and at least I have one copy of Hoshina. But yeah, I'm just like at this point, it's just like I don't really because I don't have Bourbon or Minecraft. It's like I had to choose which one to pick, and from what I've been reading, Minecraft seems like it's the much better choice to bring. So I'm like, okay, I'll bring Minecraft. I know Bourbon's more for her skill than anything, although the card itself is also really good. So that's why I'm bringing Falco's, because she brings the skill that Bourbon has. And then, yeah, and then Nishino Flower, because I don't have any other choice besides that. It's a little bit, well, maybe I shouldn't say a little bit better, but it's kind of the same for the pace as well, where instead of Bourbon, I mean, I was able to at least pull for a fine motion, and then I used my Limit Break Crystal, so that's, I don't know if that's a waste, but you know, might as well just get that going. And I have McQueen, so I mean, there's plenty of options on the wit side of things, and then of course Stego is also still a good option. But yeah, this one kind of sucks too, because I don't have a copy of Teo either, so it's like, I am just like, well, shit, you know, it's just like, I gotta really just pick my poison. Do I want to go with Teo? Do I want to go with Minecraft? Do I want to, you know, borrow somebody else? Maybe Fine Motion? Luckily, I was able to at least get a Fine Motion at the end of the day, using money, but, yeah, I was able to just decide, well, let's just go with Almond Die and take our L's, and we don't have Teo, but can't unless you're a whale, you know, it's really hard to get the ideal deck for these type of things. And it's fine, because I'm only bringing one paste anyway, which is Oguri Cap. The other two I'm going to bring are Ines and Helios, which are going to be built as front runners, so that's at least my strategy. It's fair, I need to grind out the Racing Carnival event, as do I. I forgot the Racing Carnival event is a little bit annoying at first, because if I remember correctly, and I don't know if they changed it so that it's, like I remember the first time around on the Japanese side of things, it was, you didn't get that many points unless you kept training, getting that race carnival bonus or whatever, you use them as parents, then you keep using them as parents, and then just getting more and more of that bonus, and that's how you get a lot of event points, using those like kind of Umas that you train that have like level 5 bonus or whatever. They ended up changing that because it's just really annoying. And I remember, like, I think later iterations of Racing Carnival, it's just like they really don't serve any purpose training them further and further down the line, so that was a little bit better. But honestly, it's fine because I have like 140 like of the whatchamacallit items, like these items, the ninjin, the ninjin. Wow, that was the most English way of white way of pronouncing it ever. The ninjin jelly, the carrot jellies. Yeah, those things. So, and they give you 5 anyway every day, so that's a little bit of a helpful head start. But yeah, gonna need to grind that out. Saying that while doing the event, I managed to get my first SS rank Uma. Ooh, look at that, nice. Meanwhile, I still have not gotten an S rank Uma on the English side of things. But I'm sure once Mant comes along, that's gonna make it a lot more easier. I've come close, but it's just like I'm not using the best deck either on the English side of things, and it's just like it's kind of preventing me from doing really well. I got a S rank, or like not an S rank, but I got a Cotton today that had an S sprint and an S turf, but the stats are abysmal, so I can't use it, which sucks because it's like, man, I got the inheritances, but it's just like, oh, it's just the trainings did not work out, so that was a shame. But that's the English side of things. We're here in the Japanese side of things, where I feel like I'm a little bit better equipped, maybe, depending on how you define it, but we'll jump right into it. I think I'll start off. Do I want to go with Helios? I don't know. Whenever I train Helios, I kind of don't listen to the audio because her general mannerisms just tire me out, man. But I still love her, but man, she is a high energy character, and I am a low energy character, so we don't mix together. But alright, let's do that. Let's do Ines. I think is that the... No, wait, sorry, we're doing Valentine Ines. Yeah, Valentine Ines, there we go. Alright. And then, yeah, that should be fine. We'll see how well this goes. From the initial run that I did, it seemed like the stat-wise, it seemed alright. Like, I could probably, if I get a good run going, that I could get the stats that I want. I don't think we're going to get UA or anything, but frankly, I don't think that's really the biggest goal right now. It's just, want to try and get as close to max speed as possible, power to be pretty high, like 1500 plus, guts to be like 1300 plus, stamina minimum 850, but I've seen people be like, oh, it should be like 1200, which may be a bit of a stretch, so maybe I'm aiming for 1000 at most, or not most, but like at least 1000. And then wit is like 1300, I guess, so that's kind of... And then, of course, we need S-Smile. We need the Smile. Smile! Also, they changed the name for Mant in Global. I'm sure they did. I mean, it's the same thing with, like the URA Finals versus the URA Finale. I think that's what they call it in the English, is Finale. And then the Unity Cup instead of the Aoharu Cup. I'm sure there's going to be, like, some minor differences. But, like... correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. I was going to say, like, why don't they just use the name in Japanese, which is literally just make a new track. Like, I don't think it's in Japanese. I think it's literally just English, make a new track. But then I realized that the URA Finals, they could have just kept that, or the URA Finale, or whatever the version is in the English. I think it's, or in Japanese, it's URA Finals, I think, in Japanese. And then they changed it to, like, the URA Finale or whatever, for some reason. But I don't know, localization. You know, it's a tricky tightrope between, you know, don't be too literal, but also don't be too, you know, still keep some of the translation, the nuances. Japanese is a hard language to translate in English with all the different kind of nuances. I mean, the how to high made sense of change. I see why they changed that one at least, because that was in Japanese. But yeah, to the point I made earlier, it's just like, make a new track is already in English. Why are they gonna change that? But I'm not gonna complain. I've had very few complaints when it comes to translation of the game. They've done a pretty dang good job of like doing a lot of the translations and stuff and keeping a lot of the same kind of vibes. Like Helios with her brain rot, Gen Z slang, and what else? And like all the other kind of the nuances here and there. I thought those were really fun. The only minor complaints I have, small but minor, I think it's like one of them was like what Super Creek calls Tamamo Cross like Tamachan, and then they refer to that as Tom Tom, and I'm like, that's I mean, I get what they're going for, but it's just like I'm not the hugest fan of that. And there's other examples, but I think that's the biggest one that sticks out. That was a 14% chance. Come on, Ines. I know you can do better than that. Okay, there we go. Date event. Nice. But the new name for Make a New Track is Trackblazer? Really? I don't remember... Has that been confirmed? I don't remember seeing that anywhere. But, okay. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. Trackblazer. I'm still gonna call it Mant. You know, I still... In my head, I still refer to all the strategies as like runner, leader, betweener, chaser, because that's the thing I've been used to for the past 4 years, so it's so weird for me to try and get back to kind of... And you probably notice it if I'm like, when I'm doing these streams, it's like, it takes me a little bit to have to like, you know, refer to them as like, oh, leader, or not, fuck, as pace, or runner, or whatever, or no, front, sorry. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, I'm still so used to... in my head referring to them as the old kind of accepted translations, that the official translations are still something that hasn't really stuck to my mind yet. So you'll probably just hear me, and I try to use the English as much as I can, like official English translations, but at the end of the day, don't blame me if I accidentally call it like runner or betweener or like leader or something, because it's just more comfortable with how I feel. And honestly, if we're playing the Japanese version like this, maybe I should just kind of be like, oh, you know, front, or like runner, runner, leader, stuff like that, just because the people who are going to be referring to, well, maybe I shouldn't make assumptions, but I feel like the people who are more interested in this kind of stuff are going to be the people who either have been playing this game for a while, or they've been reading through all the guides that kind of have been made like a long time ago that already have that kind of verbiage, whatever, so... kind of already used to that. But that's neither here nor there. More than anything, I'm interested, because I know obviously Anniversary is coming up pretty soon on the Japanese side. Pretty soon, like in a week or two, I think. Not in a week or two, but like at least the Paka Live I think is coming in a week or two-ish. I know it's not until like late February that the official 5th anniversary is going to happen, but I'm excited, you know. The new scenario, I feel like I mean, at this point I feel like I've got a pretty good grasp on this scenario, so I'm looking forward to the inevitable few weeks when I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing, help. It's just like, what how do I do this scenario, what is happening? But it's just like oh man, this is terrible. And I forgot my point already. I get that I said I was going to call it Mant, but ever since hearing the scenarios being called Trackblazer, I've been occasionally saying that instead. Yeah. I mean, it goes kind of back to what I was saying with like, I should probably use the English translated terms, even when I'm referring to stuff in Japanese. Just because I feel like that's probably what people are going to be more used to. But... I'll wait until they... because I don't think they have actually officially announced it yet. I'm sure I'm surprised because this is the first time hearing about them calling it Track Blazer. So I feel like I would have read about something on that on the subreddit or something, but nah, the subreddit's just gonna talk about stupid shit, like apparently the fucking Sakura Box Shino gift that's been going around the internet today. It's just been like, okay, that's cool. I love being part of this fandom. Yeah, it's great. I love it. Thanks. Ugh. I don't know, man. I don't want to come off as elitist, but sometimes I'm just like, man, the number of tourists and people who are in this just for the memes are ever so increasing, which is kind of a given when it comes to localizing these games. It's kind of the same thing when I was playing Project Sakai way back in the day. It's like seeing the shift of the fandom. It's been a thing. It's just an inevitability, as they say. I don't know why I said it like that. I think it's because I was probably going to mispronounce it if I tried to pronounce it in my normal voice. Talkatube is scheduled for 22nd. That makes sense. Yeah, because I think the anniversary is the 26th, if I remember. I could be wrong on that, but that checks out. So yeah, we got like 2 weeks, I guess. Yeah, it's fun. That's. Okay. Do that. Get a ticket. Use my ticket. Get the dig. Get that going. We're good. You can have half a bar. There we go. Half of your toughness bars. It's one of those things that reminds me of kind of a lot of characters, not a lot of characters, but there are a few characters that have like kind of like quirks and traits that were emphasized in like the beginning of the kind of the roots of the franchise that aren't really talked about ever. Like one example I can think about that is just like Manhattan Cafe is supposed to be like, oh, she's like an actor, but like they never refer to that ever. And I mean, I know why. It's because the real life horse was acted in the movie or whatever. So they're trying to bring that kind of aspect into her character, but I feel like that's almost never referred to in most of her character stuff. So, or like Takio, like how she's supposed to have like a big sweet tooth, and I feel like that's almost never emphasized. The only time I think I've really referred to that or seen that being referred to is like her SR support card where she's like loading her tea with sugar cubes, and it's just like Manhattan Cafe's just behind her looking in disgust. One of my favorite SR card arts. A couple weeks after JP anniversary, it'll be Global's first anniversary. Will it? That seems quick, but then again, they are accelerated release schedule, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of crazy though, because the game came out, technically speaking, June or May, so I'm just looking forward to whenever whenever the English version catches up to the Japanese version, or like they get to a point where it's like not so far apart. Because I'm sure that's the goal, is to get them, if it's not, you know, to get them it's probably not to exactly get them aligned, but like at least to the point of where it's like, you know, it's not like 4 years behind. It might be like, you know, a year behind, and it's like, okay, then it's a bit more manageable. But I'm looking forward to that, because it's really awkward when it's like, oh, here's the New Year's event, and it's like, or like, oh, it's the Halloween event, and it's like November or whatever, so it was just kind of a little weird timing, but I understand why that is. 54. End of June. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, time has lost all meaning. I don't remember anything. But yeah, that makes sense, because they're doing I mean, obviously the New Year's event is happening right now, and they're doing the like countdown to all the New Year's stuff, so if we're talking JP, it's kind of actually around the same, well, not around the same time. This would have been like late December, early January, so I guess it checks out that then the end of the month would be, by that time, lines up with the JP side of things on the first anniversary. So looking forward to I guess Kita is coming out around that time. Kita-san and Tannhäuser, so I'm looking forward to the number of people that are actually going to be able to realize, or not realize, but like kind of get into Tannhäuser's story and not just know her as the Mambo meme. Although I'm sure there's still going to be tons of people that are going to be doing that. But at least there will be some people that actually get into her story and know more about her, like the fact that she is afraid of spiders, or the fact that she is supposed to be kind of in that group of characters that like kind of sees themselves as ordinary, but they're actually pretty hardworking and kind of can get or special in their own way. And I like those type of characters, you know. I've talked about it before. The Tannhäuser, Nice Nature, Wind Variation, Danzu Flame, those type of characters. And technically, I guess Air Messiah, but like Messiah is just boring, so that's kind of a wash. Curious if they're going to be pushing forward balance patches like they did with Half Anniversary. They probably will. I mean, they've been kind of... I know they've been accelerating stuff. I mean, they accelerated the Guts rework and whatever. And they've been hinting at maybe putting in the Evolved skills, which would change things a lot as well, so... that would be interesting. We'll see what they end up doing. But... honestly, that would be kind of interesting. I kind of would prefer if they kind of push things a little bit forward. I know the auto run feature is definitely not going to be coming anytime soon because that is only in the Ura finals and then like some of the kind of latest scenarios. So there's no way. I know people are like, oh, they should put the auto run for Mant because, you know, people are going to, you know, people want to not spend like 45 minutes per run on that, but that's never going to happen because that's not even available in the Japanese version right now, so I highly doubt they're going to do that just for the English version. Although, maybe never say never, but I doubt they're ever really... it's small chance that they're ever going to do that. So, I don't think the auto-run feature is coming. If anything, I think it might be available for Ura Finals, like the original scenario maybe, but I don't really see a future in which they have it available for like any kind of like the newest scenario that comes out, unless it's going to be way further down the line. Because I think the first scenario that got the auto run was that I don't think that was a mecha. That was the one before the mecha, right? I'm trying to remember. I would look at it, but I'm playing this right now, so can't go back and check. Oh, please give me an S-Mile. Okay, that's a nope. Well, that's a lot of skills, though. I'll take that. Yeah, look at that. Okay, well, that's normal in Japanese now. That's normal in this version of the game. If they add evolved skills, the first CM of Track Laser will be really interesting. Oh yeah, it's going to change a lot of stuff. Well, maybe not a lot of stuff, but it's going to be very different for sure. Because you can't just... well, I mean, we already can follow the Japanese meta, but you can kind of follow it a little bit. But the evolved skills are going to change. Definitely going to change things up, so that's why I'm kind of... well, what's the right word? I kind of hope they do it because, you know, it would change, you know, then people won't be so... won't be so kind of reliant on copying Japanese, and they actually have to think for themselves, which would be... I don't know, that'd be kind of interesting. It'll change the game. It'll be a whole new game. It'll be interesting for people like me who, you know, played the Japanese version. It's like, oh, I can't just copy over my knowledge from, you know, just exactly copy over what happened last time, and then I can just... I have to think for myself and figure it out. Although a little bit of me is honestly thinking that it's not going to change that much, but that's my intuition more than anything, and I could be wrong on that. It probably might change a lot of things. Or it couldn't, you know, who knows, you know, this is all hypothetical too, you know, so we'll see if they actually end up doing it, but it'll be interesting if they do, especially since the first CM is Hanshin 3200 meter. Oh, everybody loves a good long CM with the Spring Tenno show. That's gonna be interesting. That's interesting though, because I feel like we had a CM, or maybe we've been having a lot of long CMs. Maybe not really, but I mean, the last one was the Arimakinen, and then the one before that, there was another one that was also kind of required a lot of stamina. I don't think that was the Hanshin 3200 meter. Yeah, I don't think that was that one. But maybe I can just reuse the ones I already have. I'm lazy. Maybe I'll just reuse some of the ones I doubt that's going to work, though, because at that point we're going to be in the new scenario, so we're going to be able to build a lot better Umas from that. But I highly doubt that's how that was going to work. Okay. Ooh, yes. Yes, please. The biggest thing with this, at least from my early experiences, I'm always just worried about the stamina portion, especially since I'm not bringing in a lot of stamina inherit. And that's mainly just because I'm more focused on the actual Umas that I'm bringing in as parents rather than like the actual like kind of the skills and the inherit like the other stuff, but it still works. Oh boy, 11%. I can do this. CM6 was Kika. Oh yeah, Kika Show. Okay, yeah, that checks out. Kika Show is also a long one. I don't think that's Hunting. I don't remember, but I do remember that that was a long one. CM9's the current one. Yeah, that's. See, that's the thing. I don't remember them as numbers. I just refer to them as the actual names, which is probably not the greatest idea, but that's kind of how it works in my mind. And even then, I'm just like, I don't remember their actual, like, kind of the Zodiac names. I just remember them as, like, the long CM, or, like, the short CM, or something like that. Like, the next one is the short CM, which is coming up. Only reason why I remember is the Sagittarius Cup is because because of, when I was preparing, like, thumbnails and stuff for my stream VODs, I was like, I need to look up, like, you know, what is this current CM? And then it's like, oh, it's the Sagittarius, and that's, find the image for that. Do I risk it? I don't want to. That's a bit iffy. I'll just take my L, and then I'll take my tickets. And now we do this. Okay, that would have been kind of nice before. But luck is usually not on my side with this type of thing. Let's get that going. Yeah, because like right now with the way I'm doing it, the stamina is really just being carried by the power training that I'm doing. And it feels like it really only benefits from that when it's like later down the road when we get a lot. Because like right now you see like I'm barely getting any stamina training from doing something like this. I think it's really only later down the road when we get more of the other hot springs that we can get the bonus from that. But fortunately, we're just gonna have to deal with the other stuff. Okay. Do I do a date event? That's kind of I can kind of tempt it. If I do a date event now, I get a ticket. I get 2 more. Yeah, let's do that. I don't really like any of my other options. I could do the power training, but I don't really love it right now because of the reasons I mentioned. With it's not going to give me that much stamina right now at this point. I'd rather do other trainings, like maybe speed. And then yeah, the next race is happening, the Kikkasho. Speaking of which, 3,000 meter. It's in Kyoto. Okay, there you go. And even with the C rating, we still win. If anything, for my daily discount polls, it might change my plans for the upcoming Dirt CM. That's right, Dirt CM is coming up after this current CM. That's gonna be interesting. For English, yeah, for English, because it's like there's not really that many good Dirt Umas available right now. So our options are very limited, especially if you don't have very many Umas. Because like out of the free, like the 1 and 2 stars, it's really just Haru Urara and maybe Mayano Top Gun? Not really though. Like you need inherits for that. There are a couple of options when it comes to like the 3 stars, like Smart Falcon, Marzensky, Oguri Cap. I feel like I'm missing one on another one, but... Oh yeah, and digital, right, but... Yeah, I was originally planning on taking digital, but I pulled New Year's Haru today, Urara, and kind of want to run her. New Year's Urara is... Like, don't get me wrong, as much as I love Urara, sure... Kits, I mean, her original kit is definitely not great. Her New Year's kit is... not that much better. But hey, you know what? It's... as we say around here, waifu over meta. So, favorite characters... favorite characters, even if they don't have good cards, you take them anyway. What in the world? So I'll just do this, I guess. But yeah, I've been saving my gems on the English side of things. Like I spent all my gems trying to pull for the Christmas Oguri and the Tamamo Cross, but I was super unlucky. At least I got one new character, Suzuka, but it's just like, it's not really what I wanted. But it's fine, because at this point now, with the schedule, I think I don't really have anybody that I really want to pull for this month, and there's not really going to be any like must-have support cards, so I'm pretty set in terms of just saving up until Ines comes along, which is going to be, I hope, hopefully this month, not this month, next month, or March or April sort of thing. For 2 stars, there's also El Condorpasa. Right, okay, see, I knew I was forgetting somebody, but yeah. L is also a good option, so yeah, I mean, it's really just L, Haru Urara, and is Mayano Top Gun? I feel like, let me look this up. I feel like Top Mayano has it, but not really. Tora. I might just be mixing her up with like Marzensky or something, but I mean, other than, yeah, there's really no other options. Yeah, Mayano Top Gun has a E dirt rating, which, I mean, E is doable if you can get like a good, like a couple of good dirt parents. You can try and make that into something, but not ideal. Fuku Titaru's speed stole all my carrots, sadly. Yeah, I got pretty lucky when it came to the 50 free pulls they gave, because I actually got a copy of it, and I'm fine with a copy, because that means down the road at least I can get something going, whether that be like the limit break crystals or something like that. But honestly, Fuku Kitaru's speed is very, very RNG focused. It's an interesting card for sure, but it's not necessarily one that I was really focused on pulling for. But that's the thing, it's just like there's not really any like, you know, like Kita-san level cards of, you know, you need to pull this because it's going to be the best card. Not until like I think L Condorpasa with her speed card. I could be forgetting somebody else, but it feels like that's probably like the next like must-have. Need to get that now. I mean, there might be like a few, I mean, in between there might be a few like friend support cards that you might need to bring along, like you need to pull for some of those, but other than that, yeah, there's not really anything. And I mean, you can get those for free pulls anyway, so not a huge concern. I just need to save up my jams. Goes back to the whole thing of I've been trying to do at least one run a day, just so I can get the sweet 75 gems, you know, as part of the daily rewards. Because those do add up. You know, if you do that over a period of 20 days, you'll get 1,500 gems, which, that is a one pull, so it does work out a little bit. It's not that much, but it is something. Bottom option. Bottom text. Okay, ooh, spicy meatball. Speaking of spicy meatball, right before this stream started, or like, I guess, yeah, up until like the last few minutes of the before the stream started, I was grinding on Mega Bomb because of course I was. I got super lucky yesterday with and not to switch completely on topics to a completely different game, but I got super lucky because I've been doing a lot of kind of trying to get the Chaos Tome, and I've been using Fox, and I got a pretty good stack of weapons, and I don't remember the exact ones, but it was pretty good. I think it was like what, Dexecutioner, Flamewalker, and I don't remember the third weapon. But either way, I was able to get all that going, and yeah, we got ourselves. I two birds with one stone. I got all of the charge shrines done, and I beat the final boss. So with that, I actually beat Forest level 3. So yeah, there we go, boys. So that's I guess that's my progress report on that. But other than that, I mean, today I was trying to work on clearing out, what is it, that one mission, like, get Chaos Tome, or, like, get the Curse Sword. So it's, like, get the Chaos Tome to level 20 in less than 10 minutes, which, that one, I was so goddamn close. I got to level 19, but then it was, like, it was, like, with, like, I got to level 20 with, like, 8 seconds past the mark, I got to level 20, and I was like, "God, so close." If I could find one pot that had like the XP, I would have gotten it. But that was kind of rip. Anyway, I'm just gonna grind that out, and maybe I'll stream that tomorrow. So we are just gonna do all of that, and hey, oh boy, I am going to butcher that name. Oh yeah, Layla Red Moon Meadow. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hello everyone, it looks like we're training the exercise trainer Horse Girl, I see. Yes, that is correct. We are playing the Umamusume. I am training the Horse Girl. This is what I do. Also, QG, sorry, I completely missed your chat here. It is, I kind of wanted to have it to pretty much fully freeze up my barrel slot for Track Blazer. Yeah, no, I mean, that's fair. Track Blazer has... Does Track Blazer have a group, or not a group support card, friend support card that you need? I mean, I know it's really good for Track Blazers, so I mean, that's fair. And it is still kind of at this stage of the game, it is a pretty good speed card in its own right, so I mean, that's fair. I just feel like maybe I'm planning way too far into the future where it's like, yeah, you know, it's good now, but like, you know, come like a few more scenarios after, it's just gonna end up being completely, I don't want to say useless, but just not the best. Like, it's gonna be to the point of where it shows up in like the free shop or whatever. Ooh, smile, nice. Like, if I actually, yeah, let me take a little, if this will go away soon. Oh, I got 564. Jesus Christ, okay. There we go. And what I was going to say was, it gets to the point where it's just like, it becomes available in this little shop here, where you get tickets every kind of, these like kind of little blue tickets every once in a while, and yeah, it eventually shows up in the shop. But then again, you know, there's, I mean, that's not a detriment to it or anything, because, I mean, for example, is she in here? Is she not in here? Yeah, she is in here. Okay, I was like, yeah, because Kita eventually shows up in here too, so... Yeah, I mean, you know, it's... And Fine Motion also. Is Super Creek in this, though? I don't think Super Creek is in this. Oh, no, she is. There it is. Yeah. So eventually, I mean, all the really good cards end up in here. It's just because, you know, they end up being overshadowed by the other cards that end up being added later, but... I guess my point is completely moot, but... Just look forward to that, I guess, 5 years down the line. Or not even 5 years, like a couple of years down the line. The only real PAL card for is Throne Assemblage, but that comes out way too late. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, and that's not really even a support card. Well, I guess that is kind of linked to the scenario. But yeah, that card is just not really... That card's really pretty whatever. Especially since, you know, eventually they just kind of completely forget that group cards are a thing, and then they just kind of don't even I think the last group card that came out was probably the Team Serious one. I have to check on that. It is probably been years since the last group type card came out on the Japanese side, because I don't remember ever seeing any of them come out recently. Support. Oh wait, no, I was wrong. It's not Team Serious. It's actually what is it? It's the... Oh, that actually was pretty recent. The 3 legends, the one with Sirius Symboli, High Seiko, and what's her face? I don't remember your name. Yeah, okay, no, that I guess that is technically a group card. Okay, so I was wrong, because it turns out that actually is that specific scenario card. Okay, well, my memory is really terrible, so you know, don't trust me whenever it comes to remembering anything. What am I doing? Yeah, that's the question that I ask myself a lot, is what am I doing with my life? I kind of want to go for the stamina, but also the wit ain't looking too good, so it's just big oofda. Also, hey Gore, what's up? Thanks for the lurk as always, much appreciated. Welcome to the Umasphere. Yeah, last group card was for Twinkle Legends. Like I said, my memory is just it's just really impeccable. I think in my mind I was thinking of that as like a kind of a friend type, not a group type, so that's probably why it was just getting mixed up in my head. Because most of the kind of scenario cards are friend types anyway, so it's like that's kind of why. But that one's kind of a special exception. I'm kind of tempted to do... Yeah, let's do a date event. I'm like... I don't have many tickets anyway, so I might as well just do that. Okay. Do I want to do a ticket right now? Probably yes, because the summer training is coming up soon. I'll get 2 tickets for that. It's all just gotta think 5 steps ahead, you know? It's just like chess, which is hilarious because I'm not good at chess at all, but gotta think ahead of the box. Yeah. So I guess it's funny, because this is one of the few runs where I feel like stamina is not really a concern yet. Or, not yet, but like now, right now. We're already at, what, 750? So, that's pretty good, actually. The only thing is wit is becoming a bit of a concern, but... we have summer training for that. And there we go, we got the, got that shenanigans. In terms of dig length, that's pretty much the same. Nah, I gotta go for this. Gotta get that wit. Gotta inflate the rating a little bit by getting some high-ass wit. High-ass wit. Yes, we use the ticket, then we get 2 more, so we get the full gauge, and then we win. We win at life. And win-win, because now I can get this going. Nice. Okay, wit is not so much of a concern anymore. Or, sorry, guts. Wit is still very much a concern. I know how to speak English. I understand words. I speak English very well. I has stuff. I has knowledge. I speak English real good. Oh, that actually is... I can speak English. Or no, that's still a valid sentence. God dang it! See, this is how good I am in English. I'm trying to mess up on purpose, and I can still say the English very well. I still English very well. There we go. I guess that's not. Oh, I was off by 2. I love how I just jump from topic to topic. This is what happens when I have. This is my boba-filled stream because I had my boba. But yeah, between now and Ramo no Wit, I'm pulling on for 4 banners, and 2 of which I can save carrots on since they are Umar banners. Oof, yeah, GG's, good luck. Yeah, I wish you luck with your pulls, because this game can be cruel when it comes to the luck sometimes. Sometimes it can be nice, but a lot of times it just can't be, because that's gotcha, baby. It's just, you know, it just, sometimes it gives you what you want, but most of the time it's just like, nope, screw you. Speaking of which, screw me. Yeah, if I had to choose, I'd probably choose this. Yeah, like this. But yeah, I'd have to double check. Actually, let me check right now. I mean, the schedule for February is already out. They do that every month anyway. But like, in terms of which characters are coming out soon, release dates. Meanwhile, you can listen to Ines's dialogue there. This is great dialogue. We have... Right now we're at the New Year's event. The next one is going to be Sakura Chiyo no O. Then we're going to have the Valentine's event. Oh yeah, Bourbon's Valentine's event. That's gonna be tempting to pull for, because I do like Bourbon. I don't have Bourbon on my English channel, English account. So I would really love to get her. I might be tempted to do a few pulls on that. Metro Ardon, Admire Vega, the Kita-san Black and Tannhäuser, then Sato no Diamond, Metro Bright, then the Ballroom event with Sky and Fuji Kiseki, Nishino Flower, Yae no Muteki, the Cheerleader event with Nice Nature and King Hela. Oh, that Nice Nature Cheerleader outfit is iconic. It's very iconic. And then it's Ines Fujin. Okay. So Ines Fujin might come out in late... No, I think like late March, early April-ish. Maybe early April. So... Alright, there you go. That's the timing for that. You're bound to be burned on the banner too. For sure. I mean, it's... As long as you kind of expect that and know that's going to happen, because that's gacha life, but just kind of playing for that. Honestly, just plan on spending all of your, always plan on spending, you know, the maximum amount needed, like the 200 pulls or so or whatever, and then you can be pleasantly surprised when it doesn't happen. Alabamo. I'm not much of a frontrunner player, so Bourbon is a skip for me. That's fair. I mean... For me, I mean, I like Bourbon, 1, as a character, and 2, I am kind of more partial to frontrunners. I mean, Ines is my favorite character. A lot of... I think I mentioned before, but initially, on the Japanese side of things, I had a lot of good support cards for frontrunners, so I was training a lot of those early on, so I kind of became kind of a little bit impartial to them, or like kind of attracted to them, I guess, for lack of a better term, but... It's terrible... Alright, let's just do this. But yeah, I mean, right now on the English side, I don't really... I mean, there aren't really any specific front-runner cards that I can really think of right now, unless I'm misremembering, but... That's kind of why I'm just like, yeah, well, might just go with the Bourbon. You know, screw saving my gems for Ines. I might do like a pull, not a pull or two, let's be honest. It's probably going to be a few more pulls than that. Or I might just use the tickets I have, the pink tickets, which I'll eventually save up from all the other events that I'm doing. Okay, we got that going. Okay, we're in a good pace for the onsens, because we got this one, immediately transitioned over to the legendary onsen. Yabamo. Wabam, wabam. No, stop. What are you doing? There we go. Alright. Okay, the speed is actually a little bit low for this stage, so I might have to do some of this. Yeah, let's do that. Ideally, it should be 50-50, the plus 100, but... Plus 100 boost. But sometimes that's just not how it works. Sometimes life just doesn't give you lemons. When life gives you lemons, do. Another Vine reference. I mean, I did say I need speed, so I guess I'll just take that. And I guess going back to the Bourbon thing, another reason why I'm interested in pulling for her is because she is actually a pretty good, like, meta character. Valentine's bourbon is gonna be... It's not like, you know, like Christmas Oguri cap or like Summer Marzensky level, but it is still pretty powerful, so that's also why I'm kind of a little bit tempted to go for her. But I'm not gonna, you know, go so far as to be like, oh, I spent all my gems, time to use my money. It's like, I'm trying to be a bit better with spending money on this game. I think I mentioned it before, but most of the characters I like are late surgers, so I'm gonna focus mainly on late surgery cards and parents. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah, it's just like, I don't remember, I think... Was it Neo Universe the one? I don't remember. I think or somebody I remember saying, like, Neo Universe is their favorite character, but that's way far down the line. But that's fair, that's fair. I mean, I think overall, if you look at the distribution of characters and, like, their strategies, I feel like Pace Chasers and Late Surgers are probably going to be the majority, just because I feel like that's probably the more... I don't want to say accepted strategy, but the more common strategy, right? So a lot of characters are like either like, oh, Pace Chaser, like focused, or like it's like kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, they're front runner Pace Chaser or Pacer Late Surger or Late Surger End Closer. And then there's other characters like Kiseki, the newest character in the Japanese, where she's Late Surger, but she also has affinity for front runner. And even Runaway, I think, because she's one of the few characters that can get Runaway. So I don't that's a weird example. But I mean, there are horses like that. I mean, IRL horses, like characters, like Mayano Top Gun, who was known to be a genius and was able to race in every single strategy. Hence the reason why she has at least a B rating for every strategy in the game. So fun stuff there. Neo Universe is the Oshi for me. Yeah, okay, so I did remember correctly. Good. Turns out my memory isn't that horrible. Yeah, that's fair. Fair stuff. I like Universe. She's quirky, but in a good way. There are a few characters that are bad level quirky, but I feel like I like her whole kind of... Her whole, I guess, the story she has with the knowing that she's in the game and that, you know, it's like, oh, I'm the reincarnated version of this, and it's an interesting little twist. It's always kind of fun when there's like, little twists in stories, like Still in Love with her horror-filled story, or Machan with her her key visual arts coded visual novel-ass story. Makes it a little bit more interesting. Or I guess Buena Vista with her pretty much the childhood friend romance story. Which made me really... Which shot her up in the range for me for sure, definitely. And then learning more about her actual horse counterpart, and it's like, damn, she's actually pretty damn good. Kind of in that discussion of best mare in history. With like Vodka, and like Gentle Donna, and Almond Eye. It's an interesting little kind of argument, debate. I feel like that's just a thing in sports in general, though. It's just like the argument over, oh, who's the best of all time? The GOAT, the greatest of all time. Like, that's definitely a case in basketball. I mean, Jordan or LeBron. I mean, you see that in like almost, I think every sport you can come up with an example for that. I mean, Tom Brady is, unfortunately, as much as I don't want to admit it, coming from somebody who's a Packers fan, he is absolutely, I think, 100% the GOAT in terms of like his longevity, his success, making it seem like it's super easy to win a Super Bowl when it really isn't. Which, yeah, sad Packers fan, but yeah, it's that's sports. I mean, in its core, this is a sports themed franchise. I mean, you know, they're competing in competition, so it is sports. So. Also, I don't know why I'm stalling, but I don't really have any good options here. What do I want to do here? Do I want to just go for the stamina? Yeah, let's just do that. I do have the S-Mile, right? So, I mean, that's already taken care of. I think the stats, I just want to be a little bit better. I mean, the speed, I think speed's good. I don't need to worry about speed anymore. Same with the power. The wits could be a little bit better, and so could the guts, and so could the stamina, but honestly, if things line up correctly over the next 2 turns, we could have a pretty viable candidate for the League of Heroes. Yeah, characters I like are Neo Universe. Tom Momo Cross, Knockout Infestor, Jungle Pocket, and Mr. CB, which is the odd one out. I mean, CB is kind of in that group because, I mean, she is an end closer, but they're all kind of the same category of, like, backliner characters. So you can kind of consider them to be kind of in the same group. It's not like it's like one character is like a frontrunner or anything. But it's interesting because, like, I feel like for me, my favorite characters are very varied when it comes to their racing strategies. Because it's like if it's like Ines Fujin, who's frontrunner, and then Dansu Flame, who I Pace Chaser, and then it's Nice Nature and Tannhäuser, who are both late surgers, and I don't know after that, but like yeah, it's not really dependent on their strategies, but you know, sometimes that's just a coincidence more than anything. But now that I think about it, Tomomo Cross, I feel like, I mean, I know her kid is really for late surgers, but I feel like she works best as an end closer, so she also could be considered kind of in that kind of hybrid. Okay, well that was a good guts training. Let's see if we can't get something good here. Please give me something good for the not the power, the well, anything actually. Ooh, that's tempting. That's also tempting. I kind of want to go for this because this is going to give me some hella good, excuse me, stamina. So we'll do that. The guts may, or not guts, god, the wit may be a little low, but fuck it, good enough. We'll take it. I think the question is, did I end up getting high voltage? Because I don't remember seeing that, but then again, I'm not paying that close attention to the different kind of events that have been happening. It could have happened maybe, and I just wasn't paying attention. Let's see. I sure hope so, because if I didn't get high voltage, this runs over, even with the amount of good stuff that happened. Let's find out. I got that. Okay, we got that. We got Top Runner. I remember that. Please tell me. Oh, fuck. We didn't get high voltage. Well, that's not ideal. That's not what you want to see. Shoots and ladders. Okay, well, this is not going to be the one I'm going to bring for League of Heroes. God dang it. I tell you, every time I do one of these runs, it's just like I have one thing that's missing. If I had high voltage, I probably, well, it depends on how high the rating is going to be for this, but if this had high voltage, I would have probably taken this and just moved on, but the fact that it doesn't really is just not, it's not going to happen. This is not it. Shaking my head. Well, here's the, I think this is the white skill version of it, so man, that sucks. That's unfortunate. I was gonna say, I don't remember seeing the event happening, so, and I would have remembered because it's you had to pick I think it's like the top option in the third event. It's not like it automatically shows up, so, or like it's not like it automatically gives it to you, so that's a bit of a bummer. It's actually not a bit of a bummer. That is straight up quite a bummer. So I guess I'll just take my points and go home. I mean, I am home, but like, go home. Just take anything at this point. I mean, this is already kind of a whatever run, which is sucky because like the stats worked out, everything else worked out, but it's just that one thing. Unfortunately, that one thing is probably number 2 on my things that I need. So if I don't have that, it's a no-go. And I don't have any other skills that I can do, so I guess I'm just gonna take some random ass skills. I'll just take this one, and 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 I have one more. I guess I'll just take this one, despite the fact that she's not a pace chaser. But you know what? Screw me, I guess. Alright. Oh man, if this ends up being a high rated one, I'm gonna be really sad, but I guess we'll see. We'll see how high rating this one ends up. I'm gonna say it's like a UB5 or UB6, which is probably gonna be fine for me. UB2. Okay, never mind. Fuck me. Alright, well, maybe, even if I did get high voltage, this probably wouldn't have been the one I'd taken, because I'm gonna assume it's because the wit, or not the wit, the, why do I keep mixing up wit and guts? The guts and power, I think, are a little bit lower than they probably want to be for rating's sake. And, yeah, the skills, also, I don't have very many gold skills as much as I probably want, so... Despite that, that's second place. Okay, great. Lovely. Well, chalk that up to more event points, of which I've already long filled all the requirements for, but alright. GG's. For now in Global, she's much more of an end closer, but she's more viable at long CMs due to her unique carrying over, then she will probably fit more into late surgery when we get Lose Yourself. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I feel like, again, yeah, her kit especially, because I think like the skills she has are for late surgers, which is why it's so awkward. Her kit is just kind of awkward in general, because it's like, mainly it's for end close. She feels like she should be an end closer, but it's like her kit, the skills she has just doesn't really work like that. Oh, is the legend races available? Oh, they are! Look at that! Oh yeah, they just became available 8 minutes ago. Oh, look at that. We got Shinko Windy and who else was the other one? Transcend? Yeah, Transcend. Nice. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, okay. Oh, thank you. It is... I guess, yeah, because it is close to my birthday, so, okay. You know, I kind of forget Shinko Windy exists as a character sometimes, low-key. Because, like, she doesn't really have that many, like, contemporaries that she kind of faces off against, right? She's not, like, part of, like a trio or whatever, so... She's kind of in that group of characters that I just kind of forgets exists, if that's as rude as that sounds. Also, I just don't really like her in general, so okay, that's not the button I wanted to press. Yeah, we'll take a short break and do some of these legend races, I guess. Alright, we'll bring this Furioso over. I really wish we can sim the first time around, but I understand why you can't, but it's just like, kind of makes it a little bit annoying to have to kind of sim through this. Wait, did I just see Biko Pegasus? Is she a dirt race? She is not a dirt. Wait, are we racing? We are racing on dirt, right? Yeah, we're racing on dirt. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I was like, I don't see the dirt yet. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we got what? We got Digital. I saw Biko Pegasus. Is there another one? Is there another non-NPC character in the mists here? Yeah, whatever. Yep. And there we go, Furioso with the win. And... oh. Yeah, whatever. I tried to give her something for 3 running styles, which makes her kit all over the place, but the gold skill she gets is for lates. Yeah, I remember, because it's like she has the one for like Pace Chaser. Yeah, to your point, she does have like kind of really weird kind of distribution of skills, but I think what I'm thinking is like the main recovery skill she has. I think it's like the gold recovery skill. It's like it's for lates, so kind of a little bit of a bummer. Alright, who else do we have for dirt? I mean, Transcend. No! I hate when that happens. Alright, well, chalk this up to an automatic loss. That's fine, you know what? Whatever, I don't care. Okay, not who I wanted to select. It would help if I, you know, look at the screen when I'm clicking stuff, but it doesn't matter. And there we go. Alright. Yep. Oh yeah, I forgot. She's one of the characters that does like the Nano Da, or like the Nano, which is kind of funny because my favorite character, Ines Fujin, does that. Normally I don't really like when characters do like the Nano or like the Nano Da, kind of like the whole, I guess, whatchamacallit, end closing things. But Ines is an exception to that. Alright, anyway. With that break, let's get back into the action. Do I train Ines again? Yes? Yeah, let's just do it again. Let's run it from the top. Okay. OG Tama's gold is Tail, Fat 9, and Fast and Furious. Fast and Furious. Yeah, that checks out. Because yeah, one of those I think is the Let me double check. I mean, Fast and Furious. I'm probably mixing that up with like a front runner skill, because that can't be that one. I'm stupid. Let me look. Yeah, right. Oh, right. Okay, so this is confusing because I need to look at this in the global side of things. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. It's not. Okay, so yeah, Fast and Furious. See, that's confusing because I think what got me confused there initially was the fact that before the English version came out, I think there was a skill, like one of the front runner skills, like gold skills, was translated as similarly, like Fast and Furious, or like, I don't remember if that's the exact one, and that's why I got confused, because that doesn't seem right, because that's a front runner skill, but no, there is a skill called Fast and Furious for late surgers, and then yeah, Tail 9. Increase velocity after activating many skills mid-race. Yeah, that one's alright, I guess. And then yeah, she has straightaway spurt for end closers, and then preferred position pace placer, which is again not the most ideal. Her alternates are a little bit better when it comes to that, but you have to wait a little bit for that, because I think her alternate is what version is that? Like a festival or something? Like it might be a little bit before we get that. Yeah, because I think it's that one, and then it's with her and E91, so that's like some like festival, like summer festival thing. So similar to like what happened with the what's her face? Symbol Rudolph, and who's the other one? Teo? No. That's way in the future. That's a different one. Anyway, somewhat that. But alternate costumes are always I always have a kind of a weird relationship with the alternate costumes, just because it's like, on the one hand, I don't want to pull for characters that I already have, but on the other hand, it's also just like, well, sometimes, you know, they're actually pretty dang good, like a Valentine's Bourbon or Swimsuit Marzensky. But then there are cases that they're just not good in general. I'm just thinking of like Vodka and well, no, That Was Scarlet Christmas version is actually kind of decent sometimes, but the Vodka version is not really that good. It's the next festival banner, yeah, but that's not going to happen for a little bit. So, Rudolph and Gold City. Thank you, Gold City. Yes, okay. Yeah, because I know Teo eventually has that, but I think that's with Kawakami Princess, and that's going to be a little bit later. I'm mixing up my it's all just blended in my head at this point. It's just like, oh, they have it eventually, but I don't remember in what order and when. Like I said, my memory is really impeccable, and I remember tons of things. I'm really great when it comes to that. Very, very serious, not sarcastic at all. Date event, yes, thank you. Right, yeah, we're on good track to finish this before, like, a little bit early, so that's always preferred and ideal. What are you? I guess I'll take the first. I can just use a ticket here, which kind of works out too, because I was gonna run out of tickets otherwise, or I was gonna not have room for 2 tickets when this happens. Whoa, bam. See, it all perfectly planned in my mind, you know? big brain plays. Alright, what do we got here? I don't need mood up, so I guess I'll just take the 10 wits. Oh boy, what is this shenanigans? I was gonna say I kind of want to go for a date event, but then I realized how stupid that'd be considering I don't have any ticket rooms, so let's not do that. I like what they did with the Neo Universe alt. It means for most CMs I can solo ace original Neo Universe, and in side games, bans default if I can use the autumn alt. That's true. I mean, God, that's not gonna be for a little bit though, whenever that comes out in the English version, but that is true. I mean, the recent CMs in Japanese have been having the whole no debuff rule, which I don't know how well that's actually been really working, but it does make things a little bit more interesting. I feel like that's the thing where it's just like, it feels like, I don't know, debuffs, just like debuff characters, I guess also, just aren't really as useful anymore in Japanese. Because like how powerful the characters are now with like the unlimited, not unlimited, but like huge amounts of like stamina and speed and whatever, so I guess it kind of makes a little bit of a difference, like ticky-tacky stuff, but it's just like, it feels like it's kind of a waste of his roster space, and you'd rather just kind of put another ace that has the potential to win over kind of the debuffer there. But maybe I'm just speaking as more somebody who kind of competes in the graded league. Maybe it's a little bit different, like open league and kind of the ones where you're kind of limited to a ceiling in terms of the rating. I don't really. I haven't competed in those. Maybe I should, but it feels like that's a whole different other sort of meta and way of thinking that I have to align myself to, which I don't really know if I can do that. I'll just stick to my make powerful characters and lose to the whales. Man, I will say my biggest complaint with Stego is just the fact that she has 0 friendship bond to start off with, or whatever the hell you want to call it. At the end of the day, it doesn't really make a big difference because she's gonna get there eventually, especially with this scenario. But it's just a little bit annoying that she, you know, takes a little bit for her to get going, if you know what I mean. So, and I know that's probably also because I'm only bringing like a 1 limit broken version of her. I don't know. I'm sure. Actually, I don't even know. Would it be better if it had a fully limit broken version? But either way, I feel like the 1 limit broken version of Stego is still viable. So it's like that's why I'm using it anyway, even though I have a fully limit broken Orphe. That's just how good this card is in terms of the guts in the guts world. It's funny because Orphe used to be the best guts card bar none, and then when the Stego card came out, it's just like, oh wait, never mind. So, that's just how quickly the meta changes. Because yeah, right now the guts ain't looking too good. Oop. Man, the wit is off to a great start, I guess. Kind of want to do this just to get some Stego, just to get Stego into that friendship training. I mean, I kind of just want to do it just because I want to push high win rates with the Oshi, so doing it with solo ace makes it easier for her to push a higher win rate. That's totally fair as well. I mean, it's just also, you want to get your favorite character to sing Miss Victoria, so I totally agree with that. Also, I didn't realize until today they added Stego to Legend Changer. Oh, did they? Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I know they sometimes add Oh, okay, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I know they do add characters, and obviously they add character every time they add a new character. I mean, obviously she has her own version of Umamusume Densetsu, Umamusume Legend, but yeah, I mean that checks out. Cause like Orphe sings it, and there's other characters. Speaking of songs, though, I recently discovered that my new favorite version of Miss Victoria, which I didn't realize how crazy good her singing voice is, but like Fenomeno, man, her singing voice is so good. It is, wow. like up to this point, I was like, I've always been not under the impression, but like kind of thinking like, oh, Tiny no Gimlet has a really good like kind of singing voice, and her version of Miss Victoria is also pretty good. But man, if you listen to the version sung by Fenomeno, oh my goodness, some of the notes that she sings, especially like right at the end with the Miss Victoria part, oh, so good, chef's kiss. It's divine. I don't remember. Does she have a solo song, Fenomeno? I don't think so, but let me check on that. Does it have a playlist of songs? I don't think she does, but I could be wrong on that. I may have just skipped past it. Fenomeno, do you have a... That's Furioso. I don't think she does. Yeah, because that's Orphe, that's Dream Journey, that's Mr. CB. The other thing is, I'm really surprised that there's about a few characters that still don't even have like a solo song. Like, you know, this one right here, Ines Fujin still does not have a solo song. In fact, I think like one of the more recent albums, I think didn't Digital just also get like recently get a solo song? Like Kawakami Princess also got one, or like E91 just got one in like I think the most recent version. Winning Live CD, which is what, the 30th? Yeah, 30th one. It's like, man, okay, they're really taking their sweet ass time with some of these. Meanwhile, there's characters that just came out that, you know, already have a song. But yeah, she doesn't have one. Okay. That's a little something I'm looking forward to, I guess, in terms of solo songs, is whenever they come out with the Fenomeno one, because man, her singing voice is wow. I think my favorite version of Miss Victoria is S-Bar City. Yeah, S-Bar City. I mean, that checks out because I mean her VA is a singer, like Asaka, so I mean that really makes sense. But also, that's funny too, because like I was not really impartial. I was like kind of whatever on S-Bar City until I learned. Well, obviously until she came out, and then also I learned more about, you know, like the history behind her VA, you know, how she is a huge fan of Umamusume, how she actually grew up in Michigan, so she's actually pretty fluent in English, and how, you know, obviously she started off as like a kind of a Ani song singer. Like I knew her from her singing the opening songs to Eurocamp, and I think the ending song to one of them, but like she sung like a lot of openings and endings for Eurocamp. She's done like other kind of anime songs and kind of in that regard, so she's kind of known for that. But yeah, it's kind of fun to listen to the fact that she got into voice acting because of Umamusume, and she pushed to try and get herself into like one of the roles, and then she got to S-Bar City, and then it's just kind of really cool to see the passion that she has for horse racing. She is, it's not just Umamusume, she's just a huge horse racing fan also. Like she watches races, she bets on them, that kind of thing. Like I've seen social media posts on stuff like that, so we love when we get people involved in stuff. we love when people get involved in gambling. No, but it's kind of cool to see kind of those different angles there. It's cool to see some of the VAs really get involved in the franchise, and kind of not just like the Uma parts, but also like the real life horse stuff. Yeah, I originally knew Asaka from Eurocamp. I feel like a lot of people probably knew her from originally discovered her from that, because I feel like that's probably the most famous songs she has. I don't know if it's the first one, but it actually might be. Well, when did Eurocamp come out? 'Cause I know she sung a few other songs. I know she sang, there was that one like really bad like slice of life that I watched back when I was watching like 20 seasonal anime per season, because I had no life back then, but like, you know, back in college. But yeah, she sung the ending song for like, what, Centaur's Daily Life or whatever? I don't know if that came out after or before Eurocamp, but I mean, yeah, definitely Eurocamp I think is definitely for sure one of the one that she's most well known for. But yeah, it's nice to see that she was able to achieve her dreams and all that. And hey, there we go, we got high voltage. Okay, perfect. Oh, we don't need to select anything, it just automatically appears. Okay. I was wrong on that. Turns out I'm stupid. Man, we are... I guess we're not so worried about wit right now. It's just gonna be one of those runs that just happens to be like that. I kind of want to do this low-key. Well, no, I mean, it might be a good idea because that is a pretty good amount of dig, and I am running low on stamina anyway. So let's get that going. But yeah, I'm always a little and I feel like there's also people who kind of feel similar feel similarly is like you know, I always kind of have a kind of a soft spot for VAs that kind of are multilingual, who know different languages, that kind of thing. So like a Asaka, or like another example I could think of was like Sally Amaki, who was kind of became famous when she did her whole lives in English and was, you know, talking all the memes and stuff, and it's like, wow, she knows what she, you know, she's hip with the times, and it turns out it's because she grew up in America and now she's living in Japan, living her dream as an idol and a voice actor. So good for her. You know, fun thing was I went to a convention. I think this was a few years ago. She was at a convention that I went to, and I went to some of her panels, and I actually was super lucky enough to get a signed Polaroid picture, of which I'm holding it right now. I obviously can't see it 'cause, you know, no shit, but like, yeah, it's right here. Thanks for coming. So I have this right next to my computer, so one of my most prized possessions. As sad as that kind of is. Anyway, what am I doing? Oh, probably want to do this. But yeah, no, I'm always kind of a little soft spot for those kinds of the VAs and such. It's just kind of fun. Also cool when New Year's Opera O came out and Sora Tokui, I never pronounce her name, Soramaru retweeted it with tips on how to build her. I did see that. That was really funny because I remember seeing that on my For You page, and it's just like, or like the Discover thing or whatever, and being like, oh, it's just some person. Like, I saw the message, I was like, oh, look at this person offering tips on how to build Opera. Oh wait, it's Soramaru's account. What the hell? It's just like, I thought that was really hilarious. But no, she's absolutely also a weeb as well. Funny thing is, that same convention, she was there too, Soramaru. So like, I went to a panel with her and like discovered, you know, like a little bit more about her, like the fact that she's actually a mangaka, and she drew like she had a manga that she published that I think actually ended up being an anime. So kind of cool, kind of fun facts there. But no, she's definitely very into that. I mean, fuck, her Twitter username is a reference to freaking Asuka, or Asuka? Yeah, Asuka from Neon Genesis Evangelion, so that doesn't tell you enough, then I don't know what to tell you. But kind of funny. I should probably do a date event at some point, and I guess I should do that now. I'm surprised I haven't done any date events until now, which is kind of crazy. Alright, we'll do that. Sally Maki doing both English and Japanese versions of shows is really cool. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is like she also like Tomo-chan is a girl or whatever that show's called. Like she did both the English and the Japanese voice for Carol, which is, that's crazy. It's just like, it's kind of funny that you can do that. There's a few examples of that. I remember back when I was into D4DJ, like the first season of the anime, the voice actor for Maho is actually kind of, well, she's not as fluent in English as some of the other kind of examples, like Sally Amaki, but like she's still pretty good in English, so she was also kind of the English voice actor for Maho in the dub. I say that, and, you know, I'll be 100% honest, her pronunciation of English isn't that great, so compared to the English, you know, voice actors, it kind of did stand out a little bit. But it was still kind of cool to see that she was able to do both roles, so kind of rare to see that kind of performance and work, I guess. Ooh, gotta use that. I know her from the other really famous franchise she was in. Trying to remember. She has a few other roles. I mean, she had like one minor character in Kaguya. She voiced a character in Overwatch, I remember. yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not. That's the other thing is I'm not really a huge Seiyu guy anyway. So it's like, you know, like I know some of my friends are really into Seiyus. Like they you know, they like know them by name and they're like they recognize the voices and stuff. And then here I am just being like, oh yeah, I recognize a few names, but it's just like I'm not too deep into it. Lock in. Hey, Book, what's up? Thank you for welcome to the chat. Lock in. Oh, we're trying, but casual. Oh, Sora Tokui. Oh, okay. I was like Sally Maki. It's like, oh, no, Sally Maki, but Soramaru. I mean, Love Live. Obviously with Nico. Yeah, no shit. But I mean, she's done a few other stuff. It was funny because when I was in the panel, I went to a couple of panels that was featuring her. Because was it with her and somebody? No, I think it was just her. I'm probably confusing with somebody else because there was a few Idolmaster Seiyu there as well, but the whatchamacallit. There was a Q&A panel, and I remember there were like a few people who were dressed up as like kind of one of her original roles, which is like Milky Holmes, and I was like, that's a deep cut right there, but that's. I mean, obviously she's an A-list voice actor, so she has a ton of roles, but yeah, she's definitely most known for Nico, and that's how I know her as well, you know, initially. But she's done a lot of other stuff. I think I'm gonna do this because they're gonna give me a ticket anyway, so yeah, I'll do that. Hop on, let's eat some cookie cake. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for celebrating my birthday, I guess. I'll just interpret it like that. I mean, yeah, I still am a Love Live fan. Yeah, I mean, same. I mean, in terms of like kind of like idol-y, music-y franchises, I feel like Love Live was one of the, I mean, obviously I think that's a lot of people. Kind of old heads, but like Love Live was definitely one of the first ones I kind of got attached to, especially like the original Muse. Although that was a little bit before I really got into it, but they were still pretty active when I was starting to get into it. And then I think when I really got into it was kind of when Aqua was more kind of the main focus. Although at this point, I know that they are not really active because they had their final live, I think, like a couple of months back. So. Now it's just focused on what Nijigasaki. Is Nijigasaki still kind of a thing? I don't know. I feel like they're more focused on Hasu no Sora, which I don't even. I checked out after that, so I don't even know any of the characters from that. And I guess technically there's also the Superstar characters, but again, I also checked out after a long time after that, so I only kind of know some of the characters, like especially the ones who appeared in like the first season of the anime. So like Kanon and like Kuku, how you pronounce her name, and like all the other kind of. But I know there's like a whole other like kind of cast they brought in of like kind of juniors and stuff. So it was just like I don't know who the hell you people are, but. Yeah, I checked out a long time ago of Love Live, unfortunately, so I don't even know how well... And I'm sure it's doing well, but, like... You know, obviously now there's Umamusume, there's, to an extent, Bandori, although Bandori also is just kind of... It's changed a lot since I got into it, because I followed the path of, like, kind of Love Live to kind of Bandori to kind of a little bit of D4DJ, like, in the Project Sakai, and then, like, kind of into Umamusume, so... And that's kind of like, I guess, more kind of, not rhythm games, but like mobile games. Because I started off with the Love Live mobile game, the rhythm game. Man, I missed that game. It's such a shame what happened to that. It's so stupid that the decisions they made to lead to its shutdown or whatever. But there was that, and then yeah, I moved to Bandori, Bang Dream, and then. Kind of stopped playing that one. Oh, hey, have I never gotten the third event for this? Oh. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, okay, that's... I mean, I already get that skill anyway, so that's an interesting... That's an interesting... I know I know they're starting a new one in Love Live Bluebird. Oh yeah, Bluebird. But I've been more of a fan of Nijigasaki. Yeah, Nijigasaki was interesting because it's a little bit different. It's a more of a like an individual focus, right? Like because normally with Love Live, it's like, oh, this is the group. They act as they perform as a group. But like with Nijigasaki was the first one where it's like, you know, focused more on the individual. This was like individual performances, kind of akin similar to kind of like Idolmaster and stuff. So that was a little bit kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, Nijigasaki, I kind of was into it, but like I wasn't really hugely invested. But Aqua, I think, was kind of the one I was the most invested. But even then, I feel like I wasn't like too deep into Love Live, to be quite honest. It was more like, you know, the mobile game and then like the anime, and then that's really it. Like I didn't really follow a lot of the kind of like the programs or the Seiyu stuff or stuff like that. I did go to a concert when they performed at Anime Expo way back in the day. I did go to a performance there because I went to the Anime Expo when they were performing. I think the first time they went to the performance, and it was the first time they performed overseas, so that was pretty hype. Oh my god, that was such a good performance. That's something I will never forget in my life. For one thing, I mean, you know, being in that environment with all these people who are, you know, like standing up, cheering their pen lights, doing the oh god, what is it called? There's a word for it. It's not Kaigai. Kaigai's overseas. It starts with O. Whatever it's called. Yeah, like doing all that, that was super hype environment to be in. The funny story I have with that is I distinctly remember the people sitting next to me were just sitting the entire time. They were the only people, I think, in the entire stadium who were probably just sitting there and just like, oh yes, interesting. And then they just left, I think, like 3/4 into their performance, when I was just like, why did you buy tickets for this? Like, did you know what you're getting into when you signed up for this? It's like, I don't think you did. So that was just kind of funny, but no, but that was super hype. Seeing them perform live and, you know, the songs and all that. I think the biggest thing I will never forget from that was the first time that the Aqua Rainbow happened, which if you don't know what that is, it's basically like kind of, I think it's I forgot what the specific song for that was, but it's like the ending, the second season ending? Second or first season end. It's one of the endings of the anime, and then they perform that, and then like during one of the verses, I think when Chika starts singing, like kind of towards kind of leading into the final chorus, is like when we kind of change the colors of our pen light, and they did a really good job of coordinating this because they gave like little kind of postcards to everybody who was standing outside waiting for the gates to open. Like, here's the plan. Like, if you're sitting in this seat, change your pen light to this color when, you know, when she starts singing this part. And so they did a really good job of coordinating it. And then like when it happened, like it was like it started off slowly. I think in the back areas, the orange, and then it changed to like red in like some areas, and then like different colors for different areas. And it was slowly transitioning into like that rainbow, like kind of crowd of rainbow colors as she was singing that. And the look on her face when she realized what was happening was, oh my god, it was great. I loved it. And like it was like, honestly, it looked like they were holding back tears while they were trying to perform, because it was just like, oh man, it's like, because they were so surprised. They did not expect it. And then after the performance, they were just, oh shoot, I forgot to, I pressed my lock button. Okay, sorry. But yeah, after it was just like, yeah, after they were done performing, it was just like, oh, thank you so much. It's arigato, arigato. And it's just like, oh man, this is so, it was just like, that was awesome. So cool to see that. I really wish, and I don't, maybe there might be video of it somewhere, but I don't think so, because again, you know, it's one of those things where you're not supposed to technically record video, even though the person who I was sitting with, who I bought tickets with, who was one of my friends, was secretly recording, and I was really tempted to just be like, don't do that shit, you know, you're gonna get us kicked out. But it's just like, I was just like, yeah, whatever, just do your thing, whatever, I don't care. But yeah, it's people like him that just, you know, kind of ruins it for everyone. That's why I'm not really friends with him anymore. But anyway, I digress. It's neat that there are also idols that occasionally do group work, mainly from fans of Mia, Wanju, and Rina. Yeah, it's true. I mean, Oh, that's another good example of a seiyuu who's also fluent in English. Is Mia's seiyuu, Shu Uchida. Yeah, she's also, and it's funny because she's Australian, so it's a little bit of a different kind of twist of English. But I've seen a lot of her kind of like she has the YouTube channel. She's done like kind of other like she's done collabs with kind of other YouTubers I watch, like ProTD. She's done a lot of kind of like she was on his podcast whenever he had the podcast way back in the day, but like they've done videos together, so it's kind of fun to see that. But yeah, that's another good example. But But yeah, no, that Love Life performance, I think I will never forget that because it was so powerful. It was a definitely experience I'll never forget, for sure. Which makes me really, and that's the thing too, is like, you know, for me, I do listen to a lot of music, but a lot of the music I listen to is Japanese or like Korean. I'd say like 75% of the music I listen to is probably Japanese, like relating to like anime, Umamusume, like kind of stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, and then like maybe like 10% is like K-pop and Korean stuff, and then the rest of it is just like random other bands and like English stuff. But so for me, like, you know, going to concerts, I don't know if there are really any bands that I really want to go to. I mean, if I had to say, like, if I had to maybe think about like who I'd want to go see a concert of, I mean, Ado. Despite I don't really listen to her music that much, but like Ado had her whole tour, and I was really tempted to get tickets back when I was living in Chicago because the first time she went, she performed at a really small theater, which was kind of an interesting idea. But the second time she did her tour, she performed at the United Center, which is, if you don't know, is like where the professional basketball team plays. So tons and tons more seats, which makes a lot more sense. But in my mind, I was just like, you know, well, it might be a fun experience, and I've heard good things about her live performances, but like, I don't really listen to a lot of her songs. Like, the only songs of hers that I listen to is probably, I mean, Usewa and like Odo. And then other than that, I haven't really listened to any of her new stuff. My hot take, and this is a really hot take, I don't really like a lot of her covers, especially her cover of Aishiteru, Aishiteru, Aishiteru. Like, don't get me wrong, her vocal range is amazing. The fact that she can like transition to like a screaming voice to like screaming to like what, you know, like calm voice is crazy talented. But I just don't like it, to be honest, like the way that it sounds. Like I can acknowledge the fact that it's like it's talent, but yeah, it's not my favorite cover. That's I don't know if that might be a hot take, but and she's still great and I love her, so you know, but like if I had to choose like an artist, I probably want to maybe go. I mean, Porter Robinson was, and still kind of is is kind of an artist I listen to a lot of. So definitely one that, you know, I definitely would, if I had the chance, would love to kind of go to a performance one of these days. I know way back, I think this was like 2015, he performed at Anime Expo, I remember. But so like something like that would be really cool, especially since I've heard some of his like remixes of stuff, like his old songs, like with the Worlds album. Is that what that's called? I feel like I should remember because it's like one of the few albums that I really listen to on a consistent basis. Worlds, yeah. His Worlds album is, to this day, I think one of my favorite albums. I know it's a old ass album, but it's just like all the songs in that is just like, one, nostalgia, but two, also really good. Like, you know, like really good songs. I mean, Sad Machine, Flicker are obviously the highlights, but there's also some really good ones as well, like Goodbye to a World and like just and Hear the Bells. Just has a really nice like kind of vibe to them. So. And his newer stuff is not bad either. Like his newest album has some bangers, like Cheerleader and like Russian Roulette. Like those are ones that I've had on my playlist for a while now. So he's definitely one I would love to listen to because I feel like I listen to a lot of his songs. So it's not like, you know, I'd be like, oh, I've listened to a few of them, and it's just like, oh, I feel like I'm just not gonna know a lot of what he plays. Yeah, him and probably like if Umamusume ever does like a concert like similar to like kind of how like Aqua did it overseas like at like a anime expo or something like that. Like if they ever do like a and it's probably going to be like a subset of the Seiyu. It's not going to be like a full on performance. But if they ever do have something like that, I would love to have the opportunity to, or maybe even just go to Japan and just go to a concert for that, which in it itself is going to be a whole figuring that out, but that would be kind of cool. So, yeah, yeah. I went to go see Hibana tour in London. Nice. Yeah, I mean, she did, you know, the tour all around. So, Hibana I think was I think that was the original one, right? Because that was the one in Chicago, which was at that really small theater that I was talking about. And I was really considering it because I actually did live pretty close to that theater. It was only going to be like a short train ride away, English, but yeah, in the end I decided not to just because, yeah, like I said, I didn't really listen to that much of her music, so I didn't want to spend too much of my money on a concert of an artist that I've only listened to like 2 songs of. Maybe I should have though. I mean, I've heard from friends who did go that it was a really amazing experience, so maybe I might do that one of these days. Actually, you know what? I will say she is going to be performing in a music festival that's happening in this area pretty soon that one of my friends is going to, and he told me about it, and he's like, oh yeah, you want to go? And I'm like, maybe, because like there are quite a few like Japanese kind of, it's like a Japanese artist like kind of music festival apparently, so Otto's going to be there. Ado, who else? Atashi Gakko, what's their name? The artist who did the second song for Umamusume, the Cinderella Grey anime, the second one, not the first one. Alexandra's was the first one, but like who did the second one? They're gonna be there. Hold on, it's gonna annoy me that I don't remember this unless I look this up. 10 Feet. 10 Feet's gonna be there. So I'm tempted because it's like that could be pretty fun, especially, you know, seeing that in an outdoor setting. So maybe I might take the plunge and do that, and then also join my friend as well. It might be kind of fun to do that. Porter Robinson's the person that did Shelter, right? Yep, he did Shelter with Madion, so that's also a banger. I love that song as well. So yeah, he's done really good work. Hibana was the second one. Oh, okay, so I'm mistaken. I think. Yeah, I don't remember what the first one was called, but yeah, the second one probably, yeah, that was the one that happened in the bigger stages, which makes a lot more sense. I don't know why she did it in such a small scale at first, but I mean, I guess she didn't expect too much of an audience, but she realized quickly that there's a lot of people who really like her overseas, so I tried to get tickets to the first one, but ended up on a wait list and never got off. Yeah, no, because I think, like I keep mentioning, like I think she mainly focused, or they mainly focused on like kind of smaller stages at first, so it was like really hard to get tickets, is what I remember. But that was just it was something that was like, you know, I thought about it first, and then the second time around I was like, I didn't put as much thought honestly, but that could be that was something that was just like, yeah, maybe one of these days. So now that I think about it, yeah, maybe I should start thinking about if I want to get tickets for that, because that's going to be coming up in, I'm not going to say when, but it's coming, and I live fairly close to that area, so it wouldn't be a huge hassle to get over there. Yeah, we'll see. That might be, what day is that? Hold on, what is it called? I'm not going to say a specific name for reasons, but it is a music festival. It's happening. Yeah, live performances by Ado, Atarashi Gakko, Chanmina, Hana, Man with a Mission, that's right. Yuki Chiba, 10 Feet. So that's pretty fun. When is this? May 16th. What day is that? May 16th is a Saturday. Okay, well, if that does happen, way down the line, that means I'm probably not going to be streaming that day. But yeah, I mean that's months down the line, so we don't have to care about that until when that happens. But yeah, concerts. That's fun stuff. It's been so long since I've been to a concert. I legitimately think that Love Life concert was probably the last one I went to. There's no way. There has been one that. I feel like there was probably one I went to before, after that, because that was 2018. which, oh my god, that was 6 years ago. Jesus Christ, I feel old. Oh my lord. Okay, but no, that was pretty hype. Also, no, there's a Blu-ray for a couple of American shows. I don't know if they ever did a Blu-ray for that specific one though, because I think that was special to Anime Expo. So I don't think there was a Blu-ray for that, unfortunately. Maybe they might have one for the... I know they did another one the year after in a smaller theater for some weird reason, but I didn't go to that one. That was the one I think that the earthquake happened, so that was kind of funny just seeing the videos of them performing while the earthquake was happening. They're like, oh, this is normal, we're used to this all the time, and then everybody's just like, oh my god, an earthquake's happening, oh god. Also for the Aqua show you released, or you mentioned, I think there's a Blu-ray that they released for it. I think I know one of them lives... The live state it is overseas. I'd have to look into it because I feel like I remember it saying that they didn't do any sort of Blu-ray for that one, and that might again that might have been the one the one that happened the year after. That might have been for that Blu-ray, but I guess I'll have to check. I don't know. Either way, it was still fun, you know. The Aqua Rainbow will forever live on its legacy from starting from that. Which is funny, because I remember hearing that later when they performed in, I think, like, Seoul, or, like, they did another performance, like, after, and then, like, the audience from that copied it over and then did it, so... We were the first ones, we were the OGs. I shouldn't say we, it's not like I was just the one who, like, changed the color of my pen light to whatever color it was. I had no say in actually planning it all out, so... Props to the people who actually ended up planning it all out, because it was a huge success for sure. But yeah, that's live performances for you. But yeah, it's. I'd have to really think, because I don't. It seems kind of unbelievable that that's the that would have been the last live concert I went to. But I honestly think that might be true, as crazy as that sounds. Because, yeah, that would have been when I was still in college. And then I remember, I don't think I went to anything else after that. And then after college, I listened to that, and then that happened. I'm trying to be kind of vague because, you know, reasons, but... that happened, so obviously, you know, that prevented a lot of things. And then, yeah, I don't think I really went out after that, so, yep. Okay. So yeah, no, actually, that was the last time I went to a live concert. Wow, okay. That's pretty interesting. Let's do this. Okay. It was a performance in LA in 2019. Yeah, so I think that was the year after. Because the one I went to, I distinctly remember, was 2018, the 2018 Anime Expo. Because that was the last time I went to, that was actually the last time I went to Anime Expo. So yeah, so they don't have a Blu-ray for the one I went to, but they did have the one for the year after. And that was the one in, because I remember the one I went to was at the Peacock Theater, which is the big theater over there. And then for some reason, I think, apparently, I remember that they moved it the year after to, like, the smaller area for whatever reason. I don't know what the hell they were thinking for that. But, that was a decision. But, yeah, I wasn't at that one, because, that was, yeah, because at the time I wasn't living in LA, so, or, like, even anywhere close to California, if well, I was living in California at the time for a couple of years after that, but then I moved away. And then it was in Southern California, and also I was a broke broke-ass person who was like a year out from college or whatever, or like still in college, so I didn't have money to go. And the only reason why I went to Anime Expo in 2018 in the first place was because I got free tickets from somebody who I helped with like an exhibitor like area or whatever, like the exhibitor booth. It's the only reason why I went, because otherwise I would not have paid for tickets, because I was a broke-ass college student back then. It's funny I say that now, because, like, I remember, or not I remember, I did get tickets to this year's Anime Expo. Yeah, I know, it's just like, oh man, to contribute to the contribute to the overcrowdedness of that, but I've heard decent things about recent anime expos. Like, it's not actually that. I heard that last year wasn't actually that bad, so maybe they're actually learning their lessons. But I really think they really should limit the number of people that actually go, because man, it was so many people when I went last time, which is 2018. I cannot imagine how bad it is now. It's pretty much just LineCon 2020 whatever, 2020X. But Joop. Oh no, that's not what you want to see. This, well, yeah, I'll do this. We'll do that. But yeah, that's. I'm sure if you look really closely, there might be like a technically illegal video out there of it, of the Aqua Rainbow. But again, we weren't technically supposed to be recording, so that's technically not allowed. But yeah, even if it's not out there, you know, the memories forever live on, so it's all good there. I'll have to check out their stream to see if there's any videos out there. I highly doubt it, but you know, there could be a stray one out, and we can relive memories of past. The only things I did for Love Live concerts is watch them live through the paid streams of them. Yeah, I remember they had like the delayed viewings and all that, and yeah, you can pay to watch and stuff. So that's still pretty fun, you know, get to watch that. But it's definitely a different vibe actually just being in the I mean, no shit, but like it's the vibe of being in that environment and like, you know, having your ears blared out of like all the music and stuff. It's just like, oh, it's really fun. Very good stuff. But this makes me really realize I should go to more concerts in general, honestly. But again, I don't really listen to a lot of kind of artists that would have concerts around this, even though I live in LA, honestly, because it's just like they have a lot of performances that happen around around this area. So I'm sure if I really look hard, there might be somebody I'm interested in, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. That Japanese music festival might honestly be as close as I can get to kind of some of that stuff. Maybe someday. I don't need energy. Oh my god, my power ain't looking too good. Actually none of this is looking too good, honestly. Let's do this one. Let's just do that and get the speed out of the way, although I still need a little bit more speed. I mean, yeah, unfortunately the UK isn't exactly a hotspot for that kind of stuff, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I feel really fortunate living in this area where, you know, this is definitely a very populous city, so a lot of artists will come to here for concerts. But even then, it's just like, it's still kind of hard for some situations. But I feel, especially since I used to live in an area that was a lot more, well, I wouldn't say a lot less more rural, but it's just like, it's still kind of a big city, but definitely not one that a lot of artists would stop by, so. And then, yeah, I mean, that's the US. I mean, imagine like other countries that barely get any of that as well. That just reminds me, I remember seeing the map of cinemas that are going to get the Umamusume movie that's going to be coming out in later this month. I mean, apparently they haven't officially released it yet, but I've seen compilations of studios that are getting it, and my god, it's a sparse list. Like, again, I feel very fortunate living here, because like, if I was still living in Chicago, I would not have a theater near me, because apparently they didn't even have one in that city. It's all the way like, it looked like Rockford or something, and that's like a 1 hour drive, so it's like, oh my lord, like, barely anybody's gonna be able to watch. There are entire states that just are completely screwed, didn't have any theaters. I saw Arizona just completely was zoned out. It's just like, man, that sucks for those guys, but we'll see. I mean, it's worst case, I mean, It's similar to what I mentioned yesterday with the Boku Yaba movie, the Boku no Kokoro no Yabayatsu, Dangers in My Heart. Because I'm going to be going to watch that movie Monday. Or is that next Monday or this Monday? It's next Monday. Oh god, yeah, thank goodness it's next. It's not this upcoming Monday, but yeah, it's happening Monday, which is a really random time, and it's only happening in like 7 cities. And so here in Los Angeles, it's like only one theater in Los Angeles, so it's like a kind of a ways away of drive for me. And it's gonna be what? Luckily, it's 7 p.m., so it's not like, you know, like 5 p.m. So I have to be stuck in. Oh my god! Imagine if it's 5 p.m. I have to be stuck in LA traffic. Yeah, gross. No, no, never. Not gonna do that. Even 7 p.m. I feel like that's gonna be a bit iffy though. I'm not looking forward to that, but I do want to watch the movie because it is, you know, there is gonna be some original scenes. So, hell yeah. So if the beginning of the New Era movie ends up being like that, where I have to drive all the way over to like downtown LA, I might still do it, but yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a commitment. Also, this is not a good run. I know I've been completely distracted by all the talking I've been doing, but this has not been a... Do I even have S-Mile? No. Alright, well this one's already kind of a wash. We're just doing this for the vibes, I guess. Speaking of vibes, I guess we'll move on to Helios after this, but I'll just do that. UK isn't getting it, unfortunately. Same thing with the Aqua documentary, which I also want to watch. Wait, really? The UK, like the whole country is not even getting... Wow, that's crazy. I mean, I saw like the US is barely getting it too, so I don't know what they're... I mean, I get it, you know. Well, no, I don't get it. I was gonna say like Umamusume is a niche thing, but it's not. I think we've proven like the like number of players that are playing it have kind of proven that it's not really as niche as people thought it was going to be in terms of like a franchise. So I'm pretty surprised that kind of surprised that there's so few theaters that are going to be showing it apparently. But I guess we'll see the official list once it comes out. Oh, there's one more training. Okay, well this gives me some hope, but again, no smile, so I'm not smiling. That's gonna be the title of the VOD. I'm not smiling. Alright. I forgot about the Dangers in My Heart movie. Yeah, that one's interesting, because that one's coming out, well, I mean, like most anime movies that only come out for like one day in like a few theaters. But that one's really limited, because I think that was, like I said, that's only like 7 cities in the entire US. So like, of course it's gonna be like the really populous cities, like New York, LA, Chicago, those kinds of things, so... And again, I'm really fortunate that I live in one of those cities, but yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. I mean, for me, I was really into... I say was, as if I don't like it anymore, but I'm still reading the manga. I've been reading the manga for a really long time. It's one of my favorite romances. I will say that the most recent few arcs have been a bit but and it's also ending pretty soon, from what I remember hearing. Like, it's about to end in like 10 chapters or so, which kind of sucks, but it is kind of nice that they went past like the confession stages and then kind of, you know, a little bit into a relationship aspect. Not that that's really spoilers, maybe, not really, but that is kind of a nice little twist, especially in most anime romances are just not really focused on that. They just kind of go to the confession and it's like, okay, we're done, goodbye. And it's just like, okay, well, I want to see how they lived afterwards, but fuck me, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's still good, and I mean, they're going to be covering stuff that's still really good. It's not like they're covering the most recent chapters or anything. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to some of the movie original scenes. And yeah, we'll see. Fun times there. Alright, this one, I don't think this is gonna be like UB1 or something. Oh, it's not even UB, it's UC. Ah, yikes. Yikes. Big oof. That's not really what we want to see. I will say, I'm kind of surprised that, well, now I want to see, because you saw my top there is a UB6, and that was like the first one I created. I'm kind of curious, how did that one end up doing? Because that one might actually be decent enough, maybe? I doubt it, though. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, this one. No, because it doesn't have S-Mile. Fuck, I forgot about that. God dang it, if it had the S-Mile, I probably would have just taken this one, because it has high voltage, it has all the skills, it has pretty decent stats. Not decent, these are good stats, actually. These are good-ass stats. Good-ass barbecue and foot massage. Yeah, but, I mean, there's that, there's my attempt at Helios, which, that has S-Mile at least, but the wit and the guts could be better. And then here's my Oguri, which, again, no S-Mile. But that's a good start at least. I mean, we still have some time before the League of Heroes starts. We haven't had the screen of being like, oh, League of Heroes, select your team, so there's still a little bit of time before all that's said and done. But we're running out of time, lads. And I have other things I need to do, like grind out the events in the English version, and also grind out the the Gakumas event, although that's almost done. I'm almost done with that, so that's not really what I'm worried about. Anyway, we'll move on. Let's go to Helios, and let's go get drained by her endless amounts of energy. In fact, if anything, I'm gonna turn down the volume for that a little bit, just so y'all aren't blaring with music for that. Okay, there we go. Man, I've been talking a lot. Need to remember to hydrate. Alright, the question is, do I want to build her as a runaway slash onige slash great escape? I kind of don't, because that's going to require a lot more stamina than I'm probably comfortable with bringing, especially since I don't even have a stamina card. So we're just going to stick with the classic Nige runner, whatever you want to call it. And we'll plan for that. And yeah. I feel like by the end of this run, I'm just going to be so drained that I'm just going to stop stream, because this happens every time I do a Helios run. Her endless amounts of energy and loud talking and such, honestly, it's kind of draining for me, even though it's a fictional character. I understand that, but it's still like, oh man. Cannot imagine being around somebody like this in real life, because man, it's just gonna... I would be so tired after 30 minutes. I say that as if it's like a diss, but I still really do like Helios. She's up there in my favorites. I wouldn't say she's like a favorite. She's probably like A rank-ish, A tier, if we're doing like tier lists, but... And that's a high tier, but like, you know, there's a lot of Umas, and I have a lot of favorites, so she's probably not going to be ranking that high, but she's still good. Oh my god, what are these options? These are terrible. These are absolutely terrible. I'll take this. But yeah, we are 2 hours in and we're only on our 3rd run. That's what happens when I have to multitask with between doing these runs and also actually like talking. But that's the life of a streamer. I feel like one thing I've become better at in the year that I've been streaming, because going back to the whole, it's been 1 year since I started streaming. The one thing that I've definitely become a little bit better at is just learning to just, you know, talk about bullshit. Like, just kind of... And this is kind of going back to the whole thing I've talked about before with, like, kind of doing improv and learning about, you know, making something out of nothing sort of thing, and kind of carrying those lessons over. It's just, you don't want to be silent for too long, and so it's just really learning about talking about whatever comes to mind, and then also trying to balance that with actually playing the game. Sometimes I'm still not good at that because multitasking is hard, but it's a process, and I feel like I've definitely gotten a little bit better at that. Although that doesn't really apply to anything else in my life, so I don't know how good that's gonna be, but it's still something. But okay, what do we got here? Let's do this shenanigans. Yeah, like her being at volume 11 at all times is just like, oh man, I'm already feeling my eyelids just. Helios, we love you and your vibes. No cap. God, speaking of which, what is the newest slang the kids are saying these days? I'm sure 6-7 is so outdated at this point, because of course it is. That's how memes are nowadays. It's just they have a shelf life of 2 weeks, you know, and then people move on to the newest thing. Back in my day, we had memes that lasted for months, if not years, you know? It's just like, I feel so old. Not that I am that old, but sometimes, compared to some people on the internet, it really makes me realize, because, you know, you go on, like, places like Twitter, Reddit, you know, social media, and, like, obviously, you know, people are anonymous, but you kind of have to realize sometimes that the people you're talking to are probably, like, 12-year-olds and, like, you know, like, kids and stuff, and it's just, like, you know, because that's how I was back when I was 12 years old, you know, being on some Animal Crossing forum, and then me being my 12-year-old self being like, oh, I'm so mature, and then looking back and cringe at some of the stuff that I did. I do not remember, or not remember, but I do not look back fondly on those days. But it's all part of growing up, you know? Just learning from your past, cringing at your past mistakes and all that stuff. We don't need the pawn. Take that one. Oh, you know what? I should be. Actually, no. I'll do one more training and then I'll do the and I'll use my ticket, because yeah, that orange ticket means I should probably be doing that right now. Yeah, I should probably use it now. Also, very, very unrelated, but I'm surprised that, with the whole follower count, because apparently, it says my follower goal of 70 was just complete, but that happened yesterday. I don't know, somebody who followed me probably just unfollowed or something. They probably got tired of my bullshit and was like, I'm done. And then I went back to 69 nice followers. I went back to a nice number of followers. Unfortunately, I don't have a Unfortunately, my number of followers is not nice anymore, but, you know, nothing you can do about that. It's all good. We'll just shoot for the next nice number, which is 420. That's gonna be a while before we get to that one, but okay. But all good there. What are you doing? I want to give you guts, and you're dancing like that, of course. Probably this, so I can start getting Stego up to speed. Wee. Waluigi. Helios is Waluigi confirmed. Okay, let's see. We got that going. I think we're at a good pace, although still too early to say. At least we're not doing Oguri. Or the thing with Oguri that's really annoying about this specific scenario is that the fact that you have to do races. You have to do races, but they're not like strictly scheduled races, so they only give you like half the amount of like this dig gauge or whatever, which makes doing that really annoying. But oh shoot, nice. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take the upgrade. I will say though, Helios, whenever the dialogue she has whenever she's tired is some of my favorite dialogue in not in the game, but like some of my favorite like kind of that variety of dialogue. Because one of them is just like her like just like being all like spaced out and just like and then the other one is just like her being like yeah, it's like I'm fine, Daijopi and whatever, and it's just like I don't know, I just think that's kind of funny. In fact, if we go... Well, it's going to be a while before we get to that, but... Or not a while, but... It's going to be like 2 more trainings before we get her to be tired. Which I don't know why I'm looking forward to that. I kind of don't want that to happen, actually, so maybe I shouldn't be looking forward to that so much. Oh man. Girl, use your inside voice, please. Oh man. Oh, okay. We're only doing one run with Helios. I'm not gonna do another run. I'm already feeling my I need a second boba. God. Okay. Look, I love my brain rot horse girl, but like, whew, she's a lot. She's a load to handle for sure. As questionable as that sounds. Okay, well, if I do this, I'm not gonna tire her out. But we'll eventually get to the point in this training run when she has low energy. That day is probably not today. Yet. It'll hopefully be in a few more turns. Why do I keep saying hopefully as if I want her to be tired? I don't know, that's just a really bad trainer. What are you doing, trainer? Orena-san. Okay. Get going. Let's just get her power going. Okay, oh man, it really wants to focus on, you know what, yeah, let's get the wit up. I will take it. Honestly, I'm just more going for the things that have the most dig depth with, oh okay, that's win-win right there. Actually, that's win-win-win because that gives me a lot of speed, that gives me a lot of dig, and now we get to watch this. And then there's this one. Like, it's funny that even when she's tired, she's like, oh, like, I'm still fine. And, like, she's still trying to keep her positive energy. It's really rare to see her. Have I seen her angry at any point in any kind of, like, story or scenario? No. I have seen her a little bit sad because, like, with her advances with, like, to Ruby, Daichi Ruby. And she's, like, you know, sometimes depressed whenever she... Like in the second season of the anime, when we first get introduced to her, like she's screaming at the tree stump because she got rejected by Ojo-sama once again, and then we didn't know what that actually meant until like later down the road. It's like, oh, she's talking about Helios, she's talking about a Ruby. So fun little thing there. But like, yeah, in the anime, I feel like she's a little bit more toned down in terms of her Gyaru speech, but she's still pretty Gyaru. She's still... Some of the translations that they did there were kind of funny. I remember the initial like introductory scene when she meets Megiddo Palmer, and it's just like all the slang that the translation team had to use, like, oh, like Mick thank you or whatever, or like Beckenbauer, Florida or whatever. It's like, oh my god, what the hell is she saying? Jesus Christ. Is this what the kids are saying nowadays? Probably? I don't know. Okay. Okay, here comes more tired Helios. Or... wait, isn't this the... yeah, it is. Do I take the risk? I take the risk. Okay. And hey, Ines. Ines was there too. Okay, yes. Yeah, we'll take that. I was like, do I want to use my ticket now or do I want to save it? I figure I'm close to getting that onsen anyway, so I might as well just take this. And then... oh, I'm like 2 off actually. Well, I guess I can get it. I'll do a date event and then I'll do another training. Or not. I don't actually have... or not, maybe. Alright, inheritance time. Give me my S-Mile, please. There it is. Perfect. The good thing we're not playing in the English version where it feels like it's a slog to try and get anything up to S rating. Which is why I felt so lucky when I got S Turf and S Sprint for my Kanin-chan on one of my runs, only to get the stats to be absolute shite. So that was a little bit underwhelming. But it's okay, we still have time. I tell myself as we when is the CM actually for the Sagittarius Cup or whatever for English? I feel like that's coming up kind of soon, but it might not be for a little bit. But I don't remember the exact date for that. I think this would be a good time to do a training, or not training, a date event, and I will do that. Yeah, I'd have to look. Hold on, let me check. When is the have they said when the CM is officially, or have they not? I don't remember. Sagittarius. Oh, Capricorn. Okay, it's called Capricorn Cup. I got that confused. Sagittarius was the one we just had. It doesn't look like we have any dates announced for that, do we? No, we do. It was in the schedule. Where's the schedule? Schedule. Capricorn Cup, February 9th. Well, shit. That's coming up in 2 days. Oh no, I thought I had more time. Uh-oh. I don't really have any Umas ready, except for maybe Cotton. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, that's fine, I guess. We'll just roll with whatever we have by that time. I guess I really need to grinding out runs, which kind of works out because I really need to start grinding runs for the event also, so we'll just have to deal with that when the time comes. Okay. Let's see, which one do we want to do? Probably this one. Okay. Alright, Helios. What do you got? What do you got? Wait, oh, I need to change your strategy. Dang it. I need to change your strategy to a front, not a pace. Okay, we still have time. She doesn't have any, like, kind of... What are the requirements again? She doesn't have anything that requires me to choose races. Okay, yeah, it's all set in stone. Okay, that's good. Thank goodness for that. Ooh, spicy meatball. I'll take this. And my reasoning is so that I can take full advantage of getting both tickets for the summer training. Okay, I think I'll do this. And now the long-awaited summer training, where she's passed out and doing whatever the hell she's doing. Okay. I think I'll go for this option. The stamina is not looking great. That was not stamina. Okay, I guess I'll do this one. Beat me indeed. Or whatever the hell she says. Okay, yes, we need that very much. And ideally just the thing with the biggest gains. We just gotta get some gains. We need the good kush. Even if it's the dollar store, we need the good kush. That's okay. Perfect. And that works out beautifully, actually, because I can get more. Okay, well, you know what? It's a good thing I was planning to do this anyway. Alright. Okay, I think I'll just go for one of these. Yeah, okay. At some point, I think I need to do a date event because I'm going to run out of energy pretty soon, and I don't have any tickets right now, so... In fact, I kind of want to do it right now, but that's going to be a waste. So I'll just do this training, and then I'll do a date event, and then that should be good, I hope. What are you? You are energy? You are energy. Thank you, Urara, for your energy. Yeah, and I think that should be enough. Yeah, okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I was kind of worried that that would be too little and I'd have to do it in 3 turns instead of 2 turns, but we're good, we're fine. We'll take that. Okay, and then... Ooh, do I dare use my ticket? I think the answer is yes, I dare use my ticket. Because I'm gonna get one eventually, literally this turn anyway, so... I'm gonna get good stat boosts. I'll do guts. I have my reasons. My reasons being I'm not getting good enough amounts of stamina if I do the power training right now. I'll just wait it out a little bit. Slash, if I don't have any other good options, I might just take the power training. But if it's between the power and the guts training, and they're both equally kind of good, I'll go for the guts training. I don't know if that's necessarily a great idea, but in my head at least, I feel like that's probably a better idea. Okay. And see, in this case, the guts training is obvious. Well, actually, no. No, the guts training, or sorry, the power training. God, I know words. I can speak. I speak good words. Good word I speak. Okay. Thank you for the stamina boost. Yeah, whatever you said, I agree. Or I don't. Like that one meme. What was the specific? It was like, I ain't reading all that, but I'm happy for you, or sad for you, or whatever. I don't remember the exact words, but sometimes I feel like that. But I also feel like that meme gets... It really speaks to, I think, like the crisis of illiteracy that happens sometimes when it's like, there's a post on, like, you know, like on Twitter or like Reddit sometimes, it's like barely 2 paragraphs, and then it's just like the comments are filled with people being like, oh, this is too long, I didn't read this shit, and I'm like, brother, it's only 2 paragraphs. It's not even that long. It's like, what is wrong with people? Jesus Christ. And it's just like, makes me lose faith in humanity sometimes. But no, there are definitely sometimes situations where it's like, yeah, no, that is just a wall of text, and I'm not reading all that, but I'm happy for you, or sorry, or whatever. Really feels like that sometimes. Doing this. Okay, what do we want to do here? Probably want to do this. And then let's get freaky. Let's get power speed. Power speed. The new revolutionary training technique, power speed. Except speed training already gives you power anyway, so I guess it's not revolutionary in any way whatsoever. But that's okay. We'll take it anyway. Okay. Let's do that. And then legendary spring. I think we're at a good pace to be able to get all these springs done in time. Not going to be a Oguri situation. So let's get the hot springs done. Oh yeah, that's that exact situation that just popped up. The Helios and the bridge. Oh my god, those types of bridges are so terrifying. I would never... I already have a fear of bridges, like, you know, like actual normal good bridges that cars and people walk over, like, normally. But those types of, like, rickety bridges that are, like, barely made of like, kind of planks of wood and stuff, and you can see, like, 20, 30, 50 feet down, like kind of walking across it. That is terrifying. I could never do that. You would not be able to pay me enough money to walk across something like that, because I would never do that. Hell no. Like, I've mentioned my fear of bridges already, but that's just already... Oh, hot spring ticket. I mean, we're already doing a hot spring scenario, but hot spring ticket. Hell yeah, buddy. I'll take it. I mean, I think the hot spring ticket is a much, much, much more common occurrence on the Japanese side. Although I think right now in the English version, I think there is a bonus or a boost that's happening right now that gives you increased chance of onsen ticket. And I've noticed that because I've gotten a lot more onsen tickets recently for sure. In fact, both of my Suzuka runs that I did, both of them ended up getting onsen tickets, which I thought was pretty funny. But I feel like it's kind of, I've mentioned this before, right? It's just like, it's kind of funny that, you know, it's treated as such a grand prize in this scenario specifically, because you're already kind of going to the onsen like pretty much like 2 times a month. Not really, but like once a month sort of thing. I guess in that sense it is still kind of a rare treat, but it feels like you've gone to the onsen so many times throughout this 3-year career that it's just like, oh, it's kind of funny that it's still being treated as such a like a grand prize or whatever. I guess it's different though, because like this is an onsen that's it's like for Umamusume only, like performance reasons, whereas the hot spring ticket that they give for prize is more just like a generic kind of general hot spring. So I guess it's slightly different in that sense. I just think it's kind of funny that, you know, it's like kind of similar environments in a way, but they're treated kind of differently. But that's sometimes how it works like that, where it's just like, it's the context of stuff. You know, the whole debate of, oh, underwear versus a swimsuit, you know, one's socially acceptable to be out in public and the other isn't. Why is that? It's because it's all perception. So it's just how the world works. Anyway, oh my god, we still have so many. I forgot Helios has a lot of races, and what's really annoying is that she has to race in Animakinen right at the end, which is a little bit annoying because it gives me one less turn to train her. But, you know, that's just how it be sometimes. Okay, we already got S-Mile, right? And we got it again anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I was going to say it doesn't matter, but I'll take it again, sure, why not? I'll absolutely always take a S-Mile. Smile. Oh, man. I don't think we got enough fans, maybe? Did we not have enough fans? Oh, we didn't have enough fans, yeah, okay. Because I was like, pretty sure we got yeah, we already have enough bond with the chairman, so that wasn't the issue. What do I want to do here? I think I want to do this. And only because I can get, well, actually that's not because of boosts as I thought it was going to be, but I'll still take it. I mean, that's still 17 more points, so it's still something, but it's not the big ass boost that we normally get, because I think it's the I think it's tied to the legendary spring, or not the legendary, the Yukoma spring, right? So, and I'm doing that right now, so that is not the biggest boost just yet, but it's going to be soon. So hold your horses, pun intended. Not really, that was actually kind of not intended, but that's funny how that worked out. Okay. Oh, she angry. She angry. Why is she so angry? What the hell? That was kind of weird. Oh man, this is a load of baloney if I've ever seen it in my life. Kind of want to do a date event, as stupid as that might sound. No, don't do a date event. Here's why. We're pretty close to the yeah, we're pretty close to the summer training. So if I do a date event, that's gonna be too many unnecessary tickets. We'll just get that out of the way. We get 2 tickets here, and then we're gonna use one, and then we're going to, well, maybe not use one now, but we're gonna use one eventually, and then save enough room for the tickets that we'll get during the summer training anyway. So just gotta plan ahead. Like I said, 5 steps ahead. So I will do the ticket after this one, or I can do it now actually. No, we'll do a ticket after this one. Do that. Get that going. Get there. And then we'll do a ticket. That was a new line. I don't think I've seen that before. Maybe that's exclusive to that specific mood. Yeah, because these are the ones when she's like super, like the super good mood. I think that one that just appeared was probably just for when she's in a good mood. Which is fair. The more happier she is, the more louder she is probably. Maybe I should just keep her in an okay mood so she's not as loud as she is. I'm such a bad trainer with Helios. I'm just like, just shh. keep it to your inside voice, please. Anyway, top option. Okay, what do we want to do here? Probably one of the... That's the wrong thing I selected, but I guess I'll take that, but like I wanted to do the guts training. Oops. Oh well. It is what it is, it's whatever. It's all good. Did I actually just get this... Did I actually get that complete before? Well, that's hilarious. I got that done before the summer training. I actually kind of wish that didn't happen. I kind of wish that happened after the summer training, because I didn't even get my tickets now. Well, that's kind of rip. That actually kind of bit me in the butt. As hilarious as that is. What happened to her hair there? Whoa, that was weird. Oh, do I do? I think no, I gotta do. I gotta get the guts up a lot more. Gotta get that guts up. That's also good. Yeah, we gotta get the guts up. And then again, because my reasoning is like, yeah, okay, we're gonna use up our 2 tickets here in the summer training, but then later down the road, if I didn't complete that spring until after the scenario's over, I would have gotten 2 more tickets. Meanwhile, here I'm kind of just stuck with just the 1 ticket after the summer training is over, and that just feels like kind of a little bit of a wasted opportunity. So. Unfortunate. One of the few situations in which I wish that the onsen completed a little bit later, actually. Because in the long term, it's actually not going to make that big of a difference. Completing it early. Kind of unfortunate. Oh, but you know what? We'll take that. Actually, it's fine. Anyway, because you see, we're going to get this onsen complete. Oh, wait, no, we aren't. Fuck, I forgot. I forgot we had to do the legendary spring. I was like, oh, look at that, we're only 60 away from getting this onsen, but nope. I'm kind of a little bit tempted maybe to not... No, I should complete this as soon as possible. Yeah, getting that done as soon as possible is honestly the only way to do it. Oh, she doesn't do a race, I forgot. Yeah, because she doesn't do the sprinter stake or whatever. For reasons. Man, that sucks though, because yeah, now I have to spend a date event getting a ticket. And yeah, I don't have any tickets, so I had to waste my time doing this. And that sucks, because that could have been a turn I boosted my stats in. But we do this instead. That happens. And join Helios in doing the... Anyway. No tired Helios. We're back to being the... Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot that. It shoots up to maximum energy. I really do need the... Really do need that weight to be a little bit better. What is this? This is either wit or not wit. Power or guts. I'll do guts. Guts needs a little bit better. Guts needs a lot more help, actually. And so is everything else, though. Let's do this one. The speed is still of a question mark. Okay, now I can focus on getting this completed. Which hopefully should be completed after the next one, maybe? Yeah, we should actually be able to complete that. After this turn. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. I don't think that's the song. Back to referring to Nature Walk. That's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. So unfortunately, that's not the last race because we have to do Arimakinen, which means we only have one more turn before the Ura final stuff. Unfortunately. But at least we got this done, I guess, so that's cool. And then we move on to the last spring, which we're definitely not going to complete, but we don't really care about this one. This one's for nerds and losers who care about whatever this one gives, which I don't know, but all I know is it's not that important. We'll take this one. Okay. Oh, I thought I almost clicked the wrong one. Okay. What do we have for options? I think I'm just gonna go with the power is actually pretty close to being maxed out, not gonna lie. So I guess I'll just get close to maxing out the speed too and just get that out of the way. But yeah, the guts. Oh shoot! Thank you for reminding me to use this. Yeah, the guts ain't looking too good. I think it's a bit too late to get that salvaged, that and the powers, so I think this run's already kind of a little bit on life support, which is kind of unfortunate because everything else kind of worked out. Yeah, you got 6th place because you have an E rating in long. Now, if I wanted to get Great Escape, Runaway, Onige, I needed to raise her long attribute up to probably at least a C, just so that she can win, because she has to win Arimakinen from what I remember. Which is a little bit annoying. And I think she has to also win Arimakinen the previous year. There's other requirements that she has to do, which requires extra races, which is also another reason why I kind of don't want to make her an Onige Great Escape Runaway character. So I think I'll just stick to my standard front runner stats. See, look at that. The power's already at max. And if I do this, the speed's already going to be at max. So let's not do that. And instead, let's do... Oh, these are not good options, though. Oh, I hate what I'm looking at. I guess I'll just take this stat. I don't like it, but... Yeah, this run's not looking good, y'all. I gotta remember to do this, because that's available. Okay, we'll do one of these. And... Oh, shoot, you know, I've forgotten again. Gotta change the strategy. If I don't do that soon, I'm just gonna force her into a pace chaser, and I don't want that to happen. Oh, not you. Okay, gotta get the guts up. Okay, first things first, use the ticket. Second things first, go into the race, and remember to change her strategy. Change her strategy. Strategy, front, go. Win by distance. In a mile race? Jeez, wow. Okay. Nice. And then one more turn. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. It's a shame that it's gonna come a bit too late, but I guess that's fine. Decent enough. There, we used this one last time. I don't know how much of an impact it's really gonna have, but I might as well use my last ticket. Get some race bonus. And then we get that going. Okay. Alright. Nice cock. And with that, we have fully become... Alright. Let's see... Alright, misclicked. Okay. In Night City, you can become... Oh, right, the onsen event. Way. I'm trying to read this, but it's just like, man, this is a lot of slang, so I'm just like, even my Like I'm already like don't have any like barely have any Japanese knowledge as is, and like just trying to read that is just like, oh my lord, what am I trying to read here? But there we go. There's Helios without all her ear covers and stuff. So that's pretty cute. There we go. Although we already see that with this scenario anyway, so it's not really that special, but it's still kind of, it's still kind of special, I'll take it. Okay, let's get this going. I don't think this is going to end up being a good one, but at least a valiant attempt, so that's fine by me. We got top runner. I think we got high voltage. We did get high voltage, so that's we didn't get cucked out of that one. And that should be very close to getting everything there. Now we just fill in the gaps accordingly with all the other skills that are required maybe. Flash are ones that actually can be activated. So no long skills. Not that one, that's for backliners, fuck that. That's a dirt one, no. Yes, groundwork. Groundhog Day. Sure. Why not? Yeah. Okay. And green skills, I guess, because why the frick not? Okay. And with that, I still have enough for one more, probably. Let's see, do I have enough for one more? That's maybe? Probably not. Probably not anything useful. Yeah, these are all just long skill. Yeah, okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay. Let's see the damage. Let's see the final results. Okay. That is a UB3. Not too bad. Not the worst. Honestly, if I was struggling for time and I had to put something out there, this is actually not that bad. This could be a contender. I would like it to be slightly better in rating, but honestly, that's kind of overrated and it's whatever. So that actually could be that's a good baseline for a Helios. And frankly, like I said, I think the more time I spend with Helios, the more I feel my eyes closing and tiring out. So we will probably just do another character. I have one more character that I need to train, and that is Oguri Cap. But I kind of do want to train Ines. I really feel like we're close with Ines, and Ines honestly is the one that I want to be my ace for League of Heroes, so... Alright, she sees audios in her off mode. I love Cesario and her whole different like her on mode versus her off mode, because I can kind of relate to that as somebody who also sometimes speaks in different intonations of voices. Like, if I'm talking to someone who is pretty chill with, sometimes my voice gets pretty low, blah blah blah. When I'm talking to someone like like a service worker or somebody I first meet, my voice gets a lot higher. Like, oh, thank you very much, okay, bye. So it's kind of weird. I don't know why my voice does that sometimes, but yeah, my vocal range can be very, very, yeah, and there's her on mode. Yeah, my vocal range can be very, very varying, I guess, for lack of a better term. Y'all are probably gonna definitely see that next week, because I noticed that whenever I try to speak in the morning, my voice is really low to start in the morning. In the few morning meetings that I had, like 7, 8 a.m. meetings I've had, I've usually spoken like really deep voice because I'm like, oh, I'm still so tired. Why am I awake? So y'all might be able to see that early in the, because I don't stream. I don't think I've ever streamed early in the morning. So this will be the first time next week during my first anniversary birthday celebration. Which, by the way, let me type that in the chat for y'all to have the details. But for those who don't know, yes, we will be doing a special celebration anniversary birthday stream next week. Technically, like I said, today is actually my first, it's been 1 year since I started streaming, and it's actually pretty close to my birthday as well, so it kind of works out. But we will be doing it next week because I'm stupid and I didn't plan accordingly, but we'll have that starting from 9 a.m. and we'll probably keep on going till 9 p.m. I don't know if we'll continue past that, but at least we'll plan for at least 12 hours, and we'll be doing a few games, like this game right here, Umamusume. We'll be doing Gakumas, we'll be doing Fall Guys, Mega Bonk, maybe American Truck Simulator, some of the games that I've been really playing and streaming over the last year, and maybe some others that I haven't been playing for a little bit that I kind of did some series of. So look forward to that, but I'm still working out the inner details, but look forward to some kind of fun streaming marathon shenanigans. With that being said, let's dive into maybe one last run. We're almost approaching 3 hours, but I'm still up for some more training. Maybe not with this character, because otherwise I'm actually might fall asleep. But we'll do it with this character, who is my favorite. No, not that one. This one. Alright, we'll do that. We'll get that going, and we will get... Oh, I don't have any... Well, let me use one of my 1,900, or almost 2,000 of these energy drinks. Now I'll just get that going. Alright, let's go. Alright. We were close the first time, I think, right? Because, like, we got some pretty good stats. It was just... Didn't get high voltage for whatever goddamn reason. And that really is a killer. The second time just didn't work at all, honestly. But honestly, even the rating also was not good either, so... Because what, I got a UB1 Ines Fujin the first time around, so... Not great. Could be better. It was really just the fact that my guts rating wasn't really that high, so... That isn't the most required thing in the world, but... We still take that, I guess. We take a higher rating just to intimidate people, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter too much. It kind of does, but the difference between, like, what, 1,600 guts and, like, 1,400 guts is not really as drastic as it seems. Ooh, yeah, okay, we'll take that one. Okay. Gotta prioritize just the ones that give the most dig range. We need to do a onsen ticket. That's not going to give that much, yeah. Keep forgetting the early returns aren't really that good this time, or early round. At least we get to see Ines without her trademark visor and her, although I guess we see it right here, but we get to see her without any sort of headwear in general, which is special. Love to see alternate get-ups. We really need to do another ticket, which is kind of a... Unless we get a date event, nope. Well, onsen ticket it is. I'm just gonna let this play out. Yeah, look at that. Look at her without anything. That's... hot? Maybe not the right word. It sure is something. Go for this one, I guess. Oh man, but I am... Oh, do you give energy? Oh, thank the actual Lord. That is you. You are the Lord. You are my Lord and Savior, Stay Gold. You are the light in my life. Oh man, none of these options are really that good. And I don't have any date events to get tickets for. So we're really just kind of screwed in so many different ways. I'm just gonna do this. And hope for the gosh dang best. Well, that would be great if I had a ticket. Can I please get a date event? I'm just gonna risk it. Yeah, I was like, if I didn't risk that, I would not have enough energy, and I would need to actually rest. And that's just a no-no in this scenario. I don't think I've ever rested, or I don't think I've rested in a while. It's not like I never rested, but generally don't ever really want to rest because you had the onsen tickets for a reason. But unfortunately for me, they are not appearing. Please, date event? Nope. But this does give me energy, so I'll take that. Oh, that's really iffy, though. Oh, not as iffy as I thought it was going to be. Thank you, Stego. Thank you for existing. He's more than just a negligent father that everybody tries to meme. More than that. There's other characters too that I just feel like get unfair flanderization, just kind of genericized to like their like memes and whatever. Like Super Creek with Goo Goo Babies, and who else, like Tannhäuser with Mambo for sure. Like that one is just like, I bet you 90% of the people who call her Mambo don't know anything about her, like like her trademark catchphrase, or like what she's afraid of, or like just anything about her character. I bet you nobody knows anything, or like those people don't know anything like that. Which, yeah, it sounds elitist, but yeah, I'm just like, it's getting tiring seeing the number of times people call her Mambo. She has a really cool name. I love her. One of the reasons why I love her is because she has a really cool name, like Machikane Tanhoiza. Like, that's such a cool sounding name. But people are like, oh, it's too long. Yeah, there's too many characters. Oh, my brain can't handle it. Like, I am not. My view on humanity is growing ever dimmer by the second. That sounded so elitist, but it's just like, I don't know, sometimes it feels like that. Like, I read the news sometimes and I'm just like, oh my god, we are so fucked. We are so screwed, y'all. It is so Jover in so many different ways. Especially living in the United States of America. Oh boy, I love living in this country. That's so serious. No, it isn't. Please send help. Get me out of here. Why did I willingly become a U.S. citizen here? I could have escaped a career or something. God, not that it's much better over there, but like it could have been maybe a little bit better. But then again, I had to learn how to speak the language, which is a whole nother thing. So anyway, politics aside, it's not even politics. It's just like it's just standard living. I hate when people are like, oh, don't talk about politics. It's like, oh, you're making it all political. It's like, there's stuff that's just more than politics, y'all, you know? It's just, it really is. I'll say it outright, you know, fuck ICE, fuck, you know, fuck everything about this current government. I know one of my rules is don't talk about politics, but I'm gonna break my own rule here and just be like, yeah, let's just fuck that. My only hope is it'll eventually get better, and I really, from what I've been seeing, the general trends, it seems like people are starting to get a bit fed up as well, so I'm really hoping that leads to something, but I don't know, man. Sometimes it feels like it's just hopeless, but it's times like these when we really have to stand up, fight for our rights, and really just kind of realize that you can't just take it. It's like that we're not gonna take it, you know, that kind of stuff. So anyway, that's all I'm gonna say about that. So we'll get back into the fun stuff, which is the Umamusume. When is this event gonna end, actually, now that I think about it? Because it's not for a while, right? Because I'm just thinking, when are they gonna be the new character? Because the thing that I mentioned before with usually they've been releasing like the third costume or whatever tied to an event, and it didn't look like there was one for this event, this specific event. The Sounds of Earth and Taiki Shuttle Valentines. I didn't see another costume. I could be wrong on that, but it didn't seem like there was one, which makes me hopeful that they're gonna release an original character, like a character instead of like another alternate costume for the next gacha, which would be nice because, you know, I have a lot of gems saved up, so I'm looking forward to being able to spend them. As weird as that sounds, but yeah, wait, let me double check that real quick because I think it's still like it's a long while before we get to the next before 5 days. Okay, that's actually not that long, as long as I thought it was gonna be. All right, so that's like the middle of this week. Okay, good to know, I guess. Anywho's, back to this shenanigans. Do I use a ticket here? No, I don't. I should probably save the ticket. I should probably use it now. Well, no, not use it now. I should probably use it after this race, and then maximize my energy and all that stuff. I am starting to hunger, which is a common thing in my streams nowadays. Is like I kind of not forget to eat, but I don't eat that much in general, and so I kind of do get hungry around late at night, but then I'm like, I shouldn't eat this late at night, so then I don't. And that's not probably good for y'all, but that's what I do anyway. Let's do... yeah, I'll do this. Okay, wow. 600 speed already by the junior year. I mean, the junior year's ending, but yeah, that's good progress, I guess. Alright. 10, okay. That's okay. Do I want to use my energy? No, I don't think so. I think I'll just I'll take the speed. I'll take the stat gain whenever I can. Speaking of stat gain, we'll take that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Half. You can have half. I'm not risking the overweight, especially when I have the ticket anyway, the onsen tickets. So, although at some point I'm definitely gonna need to probably do a date event because I'm gonna run out of tickets at some point. Because I'm gonna have to use a ticket right now. Get that. That's not gonna probably come close to being full energy. Nope, not even. So that's a little bit of a shame. But we got this going, I guess. Yeah, look at that. We're already kind of at an iffy territory in terms of the energy. The energy. Never mind, we're good. We're good with the energy all of a sudden. 61. Yeah, I know it's not a friendship training, but that had slightly better dig, and I don't want to get stuck in a situation where I need like 2 dig all of a sudden. I'm like 2 digs short of getting the onsen duck up, because I've had situations like that, and trust me, those are annoying to deal with, so I'm not going to risk it. Try to maximize the amount of dig I get per turn. Okay, that should get me to, oh my god, that only got me to 70? Oh no. Yikes. Okay, so this, if I do this, I get the Satsuki show, and then I have one more training before I get the onsen dug up. Hopefully that means I can get energy in between, and or I just do a weight training and get that squared away, or I can just get another onsen ticket, honestly, and then maximize that. No S, okay, no S mile. Great, I love that for me. I love that. That's awesome. It's so cool. I love when that happens. I love when that happens. Me vigorously nodding my, or like shaking my head. Man, I have not been drinking that much water. Then again, I mean, compared to yesterday when I, was post-workout, of course I'm not going to drink as much water as then, but man, I still have not been drinking that much, and it's kind of interesting. Usually I, gulp. That was a horrible way of saying it. Usually I drink a lot of water. I'm usually just a big water drinker. I'm not a huge sweet drinks, mixed drinks, that kind of guy. That just makes it sound like I'm alcoholic, but like, no, also, I just have not been drinking that much alcohol, actually, now that I really think about it. I have not been to a bar in quite a bit. And yeah, not obviously, but I don't drink alone because that's just kind of sad. And yeah, I mean, I used to, back when I was living in Chicago, I used to do the social rec league sports, which ended every match with going to the bar and stuff, which that was pretty fun, but I feel like bar culture in that city is very much ingrained in the social life, whereas here in Los Angeles, I feel like it's a little bit less so. Probably a good thing, honestly, a bit more healthier, but yeah, that just makes me realize I've not had an alcoholic drink in quite some time, which is honestly a good thing, Alcohol is actually just straight up, it is technically poison. Like, you're literally just poisoning yourself, so there is that little bit of aspect to it. But it's a fun poison, so, it depends on your definition. Some people can't handle it, and that's totally fair. For me, it's ingrained in it's ingrained in a lot of my culture, both my ancestral culture and the area that I grew up in is very heavily influenced by the drinking cultures, so been very into that. Well, not into, but very, very ingrained in kind of my sense, I guess, in a sense. This just makes me sound like I'm an alcoholic, which I'm not. I don't really drink that much to begin with. I can drink a lot, but like I just don't, you know. It's like food, honestly, with me. It's just like I can eat a lot. I just generally don't because it's bad for me. So I just kind of keep it to reasonable levels. Look at that! You get that skill anyway the second turn, but for some reason the third turn, I guess you just get more of a bonus or like a hint bonus or whatever. So I mean, I guess I can't complain about that. That's pretty good, but it's just kind of interesting little twist there. Okay. Let's get funky with the summer training. Okay, can we get something that's kind of... I kind of am tempted to... Well, no. We'll do the power training. I was kind of tempted to go for the stamina at first, but probably not the best play with some of the other trainings I have there. Let's see. Let's go for this. The weight training would be pretty good here. Yeah, that's still a pull. Well, yeah, we'll go for that. And then we shall do that, and then we'll get the ticket going, and then we'll get one more training. There is no rainbow friendship training. What the hell? I guess we'll just do this one. Try and get some stamina in play. The one thing I'm looking forward to whenever Ines does come out in English is being able to actually read her scenario. Like, I know it's one thing to, sure, I can try to piece it out, but like nobody's gonna translate every part of her scenario, like story parts. Like there's definitely translations out there of her story, like the 7-part story or whatever, but there's no translations of every single scene that happens in the scenario, I'm pretty sure, because nobody really cares about Ines that much, honestly. So it'd be kind of nice to be able to kind of actually read what happens in her scenario and all that, because I've never really taken the time to really look into it and see. But I will be excited to actually be able to kind of fully understand more of my favorite character and truly confirm to see if she is truly my favorite character. I mean, I have a pretty good suspicion that she is, but there's a little part of me that maybe thinks that maybe being able to fully understand her may not be the best thing for me, but you never know, we'll see. This is the rare time that I think I'm actually going to go for the bottom option here, because frankly speaking, I already have enough energy. And would you look at that? Thank memes. Okay. Fan letter. Oh, I think I'll just we'll just do Kikasho without the onsen, and then we'll just do it afterwards. We'll get the onsen going after this, and then we should be fine from there. Anyway, going back to the water. I don't know how we veered away from the water topic, but yeah, I don't really do drinks. Oh right, we were talking about alcohol and then how this is the alcohol thing. Okay, but now I generally just only really drink water. That's always kind of been my thing. I've sure, I have other drinks in my fridge. I have Gatorade for like I tell myself it's for post recovery of after my workout, but honestly, it's just something I just like to drink, change of pace from water. I know it's just sugary, salty, mess, but I still enjoy it from time to time, and it's still way better than like something like a soda. Soda has so much sugar, it's insane. I'm just like, I don't really drink that much soda. It's like I occasionally will partake in some, and there is one soda out there that I really do enjoy. It's a Korean soda. Well, it's a few sodas, or a few drinks, I guess. Mainly Korean stuff. Whenever I go to like H Mart or something, it's usually whenever I buy that stuff. But the one I really like in particular is something called Milkus, which is the best way I've seen it described is this is gonna sound disgusting, but it's like a combination of Sprite and milk. It's like a milky Sprite. I know that sounds super disgusting, but it's actually really good. I guess maybe that's not the best way of describing it. I guess the best way of describing it is that it is a milk soda. Because it's not really a Sprite, per se. It's not the fact that there's no lemon lime flavor. It's more, well, is there a lemon lime? Not really. I don't think there's really a lemon lime flavor. It's more just milk. Like a milk kind of focused sweeter soda. And then, yeah, it's like a more of a sweet... The more I'm describing this, the more I'm making it seem like it's terrible, but it's really good. I promise you all, it's actually really good. There's a kind of similar Japanese drink that's not carbonated, as far as I know, called Calpico, which is kind of a yogurt-y based drink. So it's something like that, right? It's like a yogurt-based, like, kind of soda. But yeah, Milkus is really good. It's one of my favorite sodas. I think I have like one small can of it left in my fridge, but when I run out, I'm going to go buy more at H Mart, and go on an H Mart run, I guess. But that's not... I still have a lot of stuff, so I don't need to go this week, probably. Maybe in a week or two, maybe I might go. But yeah, that's good. Similarly, I also enjoy... there's a Korean version of Sprite called Chilsung Cider, which is really good. That I enjoy drinking. It's got a nice taste. It's different from Sprite. It's got a more crisp, cleaner taste to it than I think than Sprite. So that's why I kind of prefer it over it. But I don't get that as much. I just get that, you know, whenever it's available. But I don't go out of my way to buy it from stores. The drinks I usually buy from like an H Mart is usually like a Milkus. There's also like a peach kind of drink called, I don't think it's peach specifically, but it's just like there's a drink called Ipuro, which is translates to 2%. And it's a very light drink, but it has like kind of it's kind of like you know the flavored waters that you get at stores, like I think it's like Propel or whatever. It's like the flavored, it's like it's water. It looks like water, but it has like the strong like kind of like fruit taste, like grape or like whatever, like strawberry kiwi or whatever flavor that you want there. It's like I didn't want to select that. Okay. That was stupid of me. I meant to pick this, but I accidentally double-clicked that. So that was a stupid mistake by yours truly. As I was talking about my favorite drinks, it's all good. All good. Sometimes we make mistakes like that. But that might have been actually a really big mistake, low-key. Well, at least it wasn't a terribly horrible mistake. Just a bad mistake. It wasn't catastrophic. You know, I guess we'll just put it that way. I hope it wasn't catastrophic. I guess we'll see. But anyway, yeah, Ipuro, very good. It's kind of reminiscent of those kind of flavored waters, but it's a little more subtle. So that's why I really enjoy it. And I'm generally not a huge peach guy, but yeah, I think their main flavor is peach, and so it's really good. I usually get like a big 2-liter bottle of it, and then I just drink that. But those are the main drinks I get, and then I also have like tangerine juice or whatever that I bought from Trader Joe's. So that's but like I said, mainly drink water. Please give me S-Mile. Fuck. Okay, well this run's over. This run is over, y'all. This is not gonna be what I bring to my League of Heroes. Okay, we'll just... Do I just end it? Honestly, I kind of just want to end it. Yeah, because we don't even have S-Mile. This isn't looking, honestly, really that good in any terms. Although I do kind of want to finish it just for the fans, I guess. So we'll just kind of... We'll go through the motions and just kind of quickly go through this and end on a sour... I don't want to end on a sour note. Let's just learn to abandon runs when it's not looking good. So I'm just gonna take the L, especially since we have what 15 borrows that we can get in Japanese. So it's not as painful to just kind of leave a run like that. I know I said that was gonna be my last run, but I kind of don't want to end on the sour note like that. So let's do one more. This is probably gonna be the last run, I think, though, because it is kind of getting a bit later. Okay, hopefully we get S-Mile this time and actually some other better stuff. Let's go. Let's go. Where are all my characters? They are right here. I'm gonna change it up a little bit. Normally I just go for 2 weight trainings right out of the gate, but I kind of want to go for maybe something that has, for like one of these, y'all. One of these. Although maybe that might have been the reason why I was struggling so early on with the tickets, is because I used up so much energy right out of the gate. So maybe that's not the best idea. Because honestly, at the end of the day, you get energy, or you get friendship boost anyway from doing the onsen training, so maybe this wasn't such a great I guess we'll see whether this ends up being a good idea or not. My initial impressions are that it's not a good idea, but we'll see. Okay. The bots, man, I'm telling you. That's why you gotta have at least some sort of like automated bot. Shout out to Saribot for being the moderator. Because Lord knows, you know, how much trouble I had to just kind of, you know, oh god, I gotta delete this post now. Good stuff all around. Okay, anyway. I'm just like, oh, chat? It's like, nope. It's like, I didn't see it show up on my screen here. So, because I have my OBS up right now, so it's showing me the entire experience so I can see me fully loaded in action like this. Whereas normally if I play a game, I'm like kind of relegated to my other monitor, so I have to like look like this and be like, oh, how am I doing? Okay, good. How am I doing? Okay, good. It's just like that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm already regretting doing the whole, what I talked about before with not having enough. Yeah, because look at this. I screwed myself over. Okay. I am just gonna... I've learned my lesson. Just do weight training for the first 2, just so you don't waste any unnecessary energy. Alright, remember how I said that was the last run? We're doing this. Here's the last run, y'all. Oh man, I'm only short 2 TP. Come on. Okay, well, we'll just use one of my many thousands of items. Just move on. Let's get down to business to defeat my thoughts. Yep, we're only doing weight training. Only doing weight training for the first 2. Well, I'm still fine with only doing weight training. Yeah, I don't want to use my tickets too soon right out of the gate, and we're gonna do that if we end up doing non-weight trainings, so let's not do that. And I don't want to rely on the fact that... I don't want to bank on getting too lucky with getting the date events popping up too early, because I don't think that's usually going to happen too often. So, we are not about that life. Okay. What do we got here? Yes! That... Give me that. That's not what I wanted. Actually, I wanted that. Now give me my date event. That's not the date event. That's fine, I guess I'll just take this instead. We'll get Stego kind of in the mix here. She's not anywhere close to being my friend yet. That's what it's about, right? They're just eventually becoming my friend. This is the whole... That's what it's all about with the support cards. This is their friendship level, so Nishino Flower and Minecraft are fairly good friends. Chairman isn't really. Falco's kind of better, or kind of, but also Daiwa Scarlet's not. That's how that works, right? Okay. Don't overwork yourself, especially since you pretty much... Apparently you make up the entire part-time population in this city with the amount of jobs that you do. Without Ines, the Japanese economy would be in shambles. She is the backbone of the entire working force of Japan. Not just Tokyo, but Japan. Even in other cities, she is the part-time worker. Apparently. I'm just kidding, that's not a thing, but like, it sure feels like it sometimes with the amount of times she appears in like comics and fan comics as like the part-time worker or whatever. which is something that is very emphasized with her character, but is something that I'm just kind of like, yeah, I guess that's a part of her character, but it's not something that really particularly is something that attracts me to her. I think it's just more of her general personality as well as her general well, that's part of the personality, but yeah, general cheerfulness and like just general attitude and way of being that really makes me like her and is why she's my favorite character. Do I want to risk that? No, I think I'll just go for this one. Wow, that's actually really good timing for that to show up. I'm gonna get my onsen tickets. Get that going. I can get a few more extra, squeeze out a few more extra energy. Grab it by the balls and just squeeze. That's not a good image. I don't like that at all. Anyway. Okay. That one. And now we can do one of these. That's not as much energy as I wanted, but I guess I can't complain too hard. That's the wrong screen. Why did I pick that one? Nobody knows. Urara can't say Funiki, and neither can I apparently. Which I love how they translated that to can't say prestigious. Apparently I'm Urara. I can't say shit. I mean, I think we've learned this over the last year. Another thing I've learned over the past year, I can't say shit. Or I can't say words very well. Which I kind of already knew, honestly. Like, my intonation skills aren't the best. I blame that on the fact that I learned English as a second language, although I've said this many times, it's not a good excuse, especially with how fluent I am at it at this point. It's pretty much my native language, as sad as that is to say. But that's okay, maybe that motivates me to learn Korean better someday. I mean, I'm watching Korean varieties. Heck, I watched an episode today of one of my favorite Korean variety shows, I Live Alone. And I understood maybe 60-ish% of it? 60-70%? So, that's still pretty good. That's generally how I watch Korean varieties without subtitles. I'm just like, yeah, I kind of get it. There's some parts that kind of go over my head, but that's okay. We don't need to understand everything. Knowledge is overrated. I'm Jared 19. I never fucking learned how to read. Do I want to do Stego? Probably. Okay. Yeah, probably. That extra 2 dig is probably gonna come back to bite me if I don't do it, so that was my thought. Like, actually though, look at that. Turns out that may have been the play, and turns out this may be the play, because if I do this... Yeah, I'm not gonna risk it. Even if that's not a good energy or not a good stat gain, you know, it's for this gauge here, so this gauge on the left. So I would rather just get that going. Yeah, please. And then this time around, I think I'd rather, well, for this one. Okay. And now, what are you? You are this one. You are my papa. Alright. Back going. And there we go. Okay, yep. I just realized I have my audio mixer right here so I can see how loud I actually am, and I just realized I've been kind of speaking a little bit quietly. Like, you can tell I'm not really speaking too loudly. But yeah, I got it. It's like, oh yeah, I set my audio mic for a reason to be in this volume, so you know, it's close to max but not peaking. Oh, there we go. It peaked right there. But I think there is a max I set anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. I think it's just getting late. That's why it's not even that late. I mean, at least for me. I don't know how it is for y'all, but it is late for me. It's starting to get a bit late, so. So I need to wrap this up maybe soon. But we gotta end on a we had to end on a good note. We couldn't just end on a failure, like me just quitting on a run. We gotta at least get something going. So even if it isn't gonna be the Ines that I use, I'd still prefer to, you know, show off something. So that's why I'm just still continuing onward, onward and upward. Let's see. What kind of noise was that? I don't know. Okay, anyway. Oh, I should have saved my onsen ticket, actually. Well, I guess I was going to have to use it anyway. Whether it was going to be this turn or the next turn, which would have been, I guess, after this race, but still, I should have. Well, I guess it all worked out in the end, maybe, question mark. Still TBD on that one. Alright. Oh, and this is kind of a drastic topic change, but for tomorrow's stream, I'm thinking Mega Bonk. Yeah. There's a few games I have in my library that I'm like specifically like, oh, these would be interesting like stream games that I've never touched in the year that I've been. Well, I guess I didn't buy them a year ago, but like in the months that I've had them. So part of me is like, maybe I should start doing those. But some of those games are ones that I think are gonna have to be like multi-part series, and I don't really know if I want to dedicate myself to that. Ever since the whole Kemono Tea Time shenanigans, like I don't know if I really want to fully commit to a game that I may not actually enjoy playing. So I don't really, yeah, like one of those things. I mean, I guess I could do like one test stream just to see, and then like initial stream, and it's like if I like it, we'll continue it. If I don't like it, that's a one-off, you know, that kind of thing. So I think with Kemono Tea Time, it was just like I kind of tolerated it, and then like eventually I just realized, because the thing with Kemono Tea Time was, look, I'm not trying to shit on Kemono Tea Time, but the thing with that game is it goes on a lot longer than I thought it would. Like, I thought it would just be kind of like a short, like, oh, like 1 or 2 part, like, stream game. Like, it would only take, like, you know, like 8 hours or something like that. But no, it just keeps going and going and going. And apparently there's still so many parts that I need to finish on that. So I'm just like, yeah. And, like, I tolerated it, like, because, like, the gameplay is whatever. The story is decent enough, but, like, I'm not the hugest fan on that. But it's just like, man, I don't know if I really want to be continuing to read this, and I don't know if I want to subject people to watching me read this, as much as I try to read it in like funny voices and stuff. But so that's why I've just been kind of not continuing that series, despite the fact that that's still kind of one that I guess I should probably continue. But I don't know how many parts I need to finish on that, so I don't know. We'll see if I ever get back to that one. I don't really, I'm not optimistic on it, but you never know. Still on the game, I see. Yeah, we're still streaming. I mean, this is probably the last run, so still trying to get something going. The last few runs have been kind of failures, so hopefully we can get something salvageable, something good, something that isn't going to be a total abject failure. I mean, I did abandon a few runs because I was like, this is going nowhere. So, but hopefully we get something going. Okay. I mean, so far, this isn't too... I mean, it's still too early to say. I think this inheritance event should tell me whether this is going to go in a good direction or not. Do I use my onsen ticket? Probably? Or, like, do I do a date event, is what I meant to say. To get an onsen ticket. The answer to that is yes, I should do that. Alright, and then give me that. And now I used the onsen ticket to get that going, and we should be good there. And let's see. I don't know, it's interesting. Some of the runs I've done today, like I've gotten no wit. And some runs, or not today, but like in general, like some runs I do, it just like, it feels like wit is just so hard to get. But like recently, it just feels like it's been super easy. Maybe it's because I'm using Down with Scarlet, you know? It's the specific one I'm using. Please give me S-Smile, oh my god. Alright. That's not a good start. If we don't get it the next inheritance event, this run's gonna be over. But even if we don't get S Mile, I think I'm just gonna keep this one because I don't want to abandon 3 runs in a row. So we're just gonna have to take we'll take the L, we'll just take the fans, and we'll just move on with our lives, and we'll just chalk it up to RNG, which, you know, this game is just a whole RNG fest between the gacha and the gameplay and everything. That's how it is. We'll take... Actually, no. Oh, I should take the bomb option. I just realized that's completely useless to take right now. All good, all good. Okay, let me get a double bar. Let me get 10 number 5s, 10, 50. I don't remember the exact quote. It's that one GTA quote. I don't remember the exact quote. It's like 10 number 5s, 10 number 11s, 10 number and all that stuff. That's how much food I want to eat right now, apparently. This is what I get for not eating too much before this stream. Okay, let me think about this. Because if I do this, I do the race, I use my ticket, I should have 2 slots open for the summer training, and then that should be good there. Okay, yeah, that works. Planning 6 steps ahead. Okay. I also should be hydrating. Remember, kids, hydrate or dihydrate. Yeah, so now we do this. Actually, no, this is I'm like, should I use the onsen ticket now or should I use it? The station's... Well, we'll use it after this. Because I feel like it's going to be wasted energy if I don't use it, or if I use it now. Because, yeah, at this point, I get quite a bit of energy, right? Yeah, 60 energy. So yeah, I would have had wasted energy there if I'd taken it that early. Instead, we're just gonna take it now, and get one of these going. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. All right. Oh, right, I forgot. I was like, oh, let me use my onsen ticket right now. It's still already active. Okay, yes, thank you for the fat bonus. And now, I can use my onsen ticket. And then... Oh my god, wow, okay, yes, thank you for the speed. Very appreciate. Much appreciation. Alright, now I should probably train on something not speed. Well, that's still better. That's still pretty good. Decisions. I kind of want to go for this for some reason. But I think I'll still go for a speed. I think the stamina is more of a last resort if I don't have any other good options. But there is still... The speed's still a pretty decent gain, so I might as well just go for that one. And this should get me pretty close. Okay, good. Thank goodness it was an orange one. Okay, well, I guess I'm training nothing but... No, I should do something else. Like, train nothing but speed. Okay. I'm looking at the dig depth right now, and it's like, it is slight difference, but I feel like that slight difference is gonna come back to bite me if I don't take this one, so I'll just do that. And then I use my ticket, and then I need to sneeze. 1 second. Maybe. Alright. Thank goodness for mute buttons. Okay, okay, what is this? We'll do this one. Give me the energy, and I don't have any tickets. Actually, I don't need a ticket right now. Ooh, which one do I do? I'll do the one that gives me 0% failure rates, probably. Okay. Oh, was that only the first? Oh, I still haven't gotten anywhere close to getting high voltage. Ooh, that could be also a killer if I don't get high voltage either. I love how the one run that I don't get high voltage is the one that probably is the best run so far today. So, that's cool. I love that. The RNG of this game truly never fails to amaze me in both good and bad ways, mostly bad. Nice mail. Hey, what's up? Good seeing you. Long time no see. Hope you're having a good Saturday. We're just finishing up one of these runs at least. Or hopefully we get something good, but so far it's looking iffy. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I had one run that went really well. Just I didn't get the high voltage skill that I needed, and it's just like that's killer. We really need that for League of Heroes. So hopefully we get something good here. I kinda want to go. No, don't take the stamina. I'm really tempted, but I'm not. Do I want to? I guess I'll take the stamina. I mean, I might as well. The stamina is still pretty good anyway. Doing good, just traveling around the EU right now. Nice, awesome. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, Europe. It's been such a long time since I think I've been to Europe once, and that was Switzerland and France. It was Switzerland originally for like a hiking thing, and then like we went to Paris for like a day or something, just to kind of visit museums and stuff. So that was really fun. But yeah, I hope you're having a good time traveling around. It's for work though, but man, it's fun. Work trips. But no, I still hope you're having a good time. Yeah, it's just I know work trips are always just like, yeah, you gotta focus on the actual work. I feel that. I've had to take work trips before, and it's just like, oh, you know, I'm sure I'm in a different area, but it's just like I'm still focused mostly on work. So it's kind of a little bit of a drag, but. Yeah, sounds good. Good times, good times. That makes me realize that I think it's been so long since I've actually been on, like, any sort of vacation. Like, I've flown around a lot for, like, you know, going back home or, like, doing work trips and stuff, but the more I think about it, the more I realize I think it's been years since I've been on any type of, like, vacation. Granted, I was unemployed for, like, 6 months last year, so like in a way that did feel like more of a vacation, but not in a good way. But like, yeah, it's been a while since I've been on like a different, like, travel to a different city for any type of like kind of like fun stuff. So maybe I might want to do that one of these days, but my work is pretty stingent with the amount of work days or amount of holidays that we get, so it's gonna have to wait a while before I get enough vacation days saved up to actually do some sort of like meaningful, like, long trip. Like I barely have enough to, well, not barely have enough, but I had enough to at least take off for the Thursday during 4th of July, because luckily at least we get 4th of July off, or at least the Friday of the weekend of the 4th of July, which I think ends up being the 3rd this year, so yeah, at least we get that off, and then yeah, I'll take a Thursday off, and then that means I get all 4 days for Anime Expo 2026 WineCon. I've been more busy since I got promoted, but yeah, it's still a fun trip. Oh, nice. Happy here you got promoted. Yeah, it's always nice to get more money, I guess. But no, it's good. It's both good and bad in a way, you know, right? Promotion means more responsibilities and all that, but yeah, it's good stuff there. What do I want to do here? Probably... Holy that. Alright, Falco. I see what you're doing. I see what you're trying to do here. I don't actually, but... I'm just saying that. Okay, let's get some of these stats going. It's still looking pretty iffy, honestly. Let's see. Do I want to do? Yeah, I do need to do an on-10 ticket. I wish I could go to Anime Expo, but man, work is dragging me to different places. Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky because I live in the Los Angeles area now. Like, I mean, I think years prior, I've always thought about, man, I want to go back to Anime Expo because I went a long time ago, and by a long time ago I mean 2018. I was actually just talking about that earlier this stream about how I went to the Aqua concert, the Love Light concert, and that was a fun experience, blah blah blah, and that was during Anime Expo. But yeah, I mean, I was just like between having to do hotel costs and airfare, I was just like it's way too expensive, so I was like I couldn't really justify it. But now that I live here, you know, two of the costs already get kind of taken care of. Like I don't have to. I mean, I still live far away enough to where it's kind of a drag to go to the convention center and back, but it's not like too far. Like it's still a decent train ride, so I can take that, which is pretty nice. But yeah, hotel I don't have to worry about. So and airfare actually that's the biggest thing I don't have to worry about. So that's pretty nice. So yeah, but and then it comes back to like, oh, I have a little bit of FOMO. It's like, oh man, all my friends, or not all my friends, but like a lot of my friends go because they live around this area, and it's just like, oh yeah, they're here. But then I'm just like, but then I see, you know, images of like how overcrowded it is and how many people there are, and then it's just like it's that one image. I think I seen it. I think it originated like 2 years ago or whatever. But it's like style of like Dark Souls is like FOMO obliterated, and it's just like yeah, no, absolutely. After seeing that image, I'm just like am not really that bummed out about missing on Anime Expo anymore because there's so many people. Although, honestly, I've heard that it's gotten a bit better, but it's still so many people during that convention time, and it's the biggest convention in America, I think, and the way they handle some of the crowds sometimes is not the greatest. Even when I went in 2018, it was still pretty damn crowded, so I was like, yikes. I do not look forward to that, but it'll still be fun just to kind of just kind of go to panels and do all that fun stuff, so, and meet friends, because I'm sure there'll be people who I know, maybe some that I haven't even met since college that are going to be there, so get to hang out with them, and yeah, that's the fun of conventions, right? Is meeting with people. It's not. I mean, that's for some people, a lot of people, it's just like that kind of thing. I'm going to Canada tomorrow for another meeting with some clients. I'm literally Mr. Worldwide. Damn. Okay. I mean, from Europe to Canada, that's yeah, quite a journey. Yeah, at least you're racking up the airfare, though, the mileage. You gotta do that somehow. Please give me S-Mile, for the love of God. Okay, fuck my life. Okay, that's cool. Rip this run. I don't know what it is with today. I feel like previous runs that I've been doing off-stream, I've been getting S-Mile like nobody's business, but today, in this area, in this region, I've just been getting nothing. All those images, yeah. Did I fail? Wait, what percentage of failure was that? That was like a 6% failure rate. Excuse me? Way to put salt on the wound. Add injury to insult. Insult to injury. Whatever the phrase of that is. Okay, cool. I love failing. Failing is my favorite thing to do. Yeah, I don't know how that worked. Like, I mean, I'm sure with the amount of travel that you get, you probably get, I mean, you probably get, like, I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, some companies might cover for that, but some companies, like, are like, oh, yeah, you can use your account to, but I feel like most companies are like, no, we use our corporate account, so you have to use this, so you don't actually get the airfare bonus and stuff, which is kind of sucky. I feel like for smaller companies, because the company I used to work for, they were like a startup-y company, so like a lot of the times like I can like, you know, pay for stuff on my own card during like vacation, like not work trips and stuff, and then like later down the road get expensed with our the app that we use for expensing and all that, expense reports. But for my current company, I feel like that's not the case. Because they're like, oh no, you have to use the company card, you can't use your own card, or you have to book flights and hotels through our service or whatever. So it's just like, it depends, it's different per company. I only get good sparks when the run is so bad. Oh my god, I feel that so bad. Like, It's just like, oh, or like when I'm doing a run just for funsies, and it's just like, oh, I don't really care about getting good stuff, and then suddenly it's just S everything, and it's like, great, I love when it's inconsequential and I get everything, and then I actually need stuff and I just don't get anything. That's gotcha. That's RNG. My company pays for my expenses, so that's not really a problem. Yeah, I mean, I feel like most companies would do that. I think it's more the sense of whether they allow you to pay for it and then later down the road you get expense for it, or they pay for it first round, matter of fact, so that you don't have to deal with the whole submitted expense reports and stuff like that. So depends on, you know, the company and stuff. But yeah, I mean, traveling's, man, I've been on airplanes a lot throughout my life. So I feel like I'm pretty comfortable with them. It's funny because I have not a big fear of heights, but I do have a fear of heights. But I've never really had a fear of flying in airplanes. I've definitely had some pretty... There's been some cases where there's been some pretty bad turbulence. I remember like one time when the plane fell like pretty far down and it felt like, oh god, we're gonna die, and then it's like, oh, we're fine. But like for like 2 seconds we were like, oh god, the plane's just falling. It's just like, that only happened like once. Other times, I mean, there's been maybe a few cases of really bad turbulence, but generally speaking, I've had pretty good plane rides, and I've been on, I want to say like maybe, how many plane rides have I guesstimate how many have I been in my entire life? I want to say around maybe 100 or something. Like, I don't know. I can't guesstimate really well, but it's a lot. So I've flown quite a bit. Between going back to my home country to visit my family, and when I was going to college, I went to a college that was very far from where I grew up from. So, you know, going back and forth to that, and then my mom, when she went to conferences, I would tag along with her because I was raised by a single parent. So it's like, oh, we can't, you know, I can't leave you with just a random person. So I'll take you along with me to these cities for conventions. So I went along with her for that kind of thing. And then, yeah, I've been to vacations to areas like Europe and other cities around the US, so it's just a whole bunch of flying in that regard. And then, yeah, now that I live in LA and my mom is way back in the Midwest, so, you know, going back home also requires a plane. That was kind of one of the nice things about living in Chicago, was like, you know, I wasn't too far from my parents, my mom, so it was just like being able to kind of just take a bus. That didn't take too long. It was only like 3 or 4 hours, and then I was able to go back home pretty quickly, or pretty easily. But now it's a whole ordeal of flying at least like spending a half day at least just flying over, flying there, and flying back. But yeah, I mean, that only happens like once or twice a year anyway. Like, I only visit home occasionally anyway, so it's only really just for the holidays. Which I did end up doing twice this year, or last year, for like Thanksgiving and New Year's, or Christmas, holiday, New Year's. But that was pretty fun. I mean, getting sick was bad, because I did get sick the first week, but I mean, it was still fun anyway. Only thing I can't handle is boats. I always get seasick when I'm riding one. Yeah, boats can be pretty bad. I have ridden in boats a few times, but generally it hasn't been too bad. But there are definitely times when you're on boats and it's just like the currents can get really, you know, shaky, and then you know you're on a boat then, and it's just like, oh, we're rocking, and it's just like. But I guess there are, you know, the big boats that it's just like, it doesn't feel like you're on the sea. It's like, oh, you're actually just you're on solid land. I mean, you're not, but it's just like yachts or whatever, I guess, or like cruise ships. Not that I don't think I've ever. Yeah, I've never been on a cruise ship now that I think about it, so can't really speak from experience as to how stable those are, but it feels like those should be pretty stable given the size. But I guess I can't really say for certain. I really need a lot of things, but decisions. I do need to get some wit up. Definitely need the wit up. Okay, give me my skill. Have I gotten high voltage yet? I don't remember. I don't think so, right? Let me check. That's not the skills. That's the skills. Please tell me at least I got high voltage. If I didn't even get high voltage, that's just kind of another insult to injury. Nope, haven't gotten it yet. Great. This is the best run of my life. Okay. I think we got one more race, right? The Japan Cup, and then we should be set, good to go, good to be free. By the way, when I went to Italy last week for a meeting with clients, a friend wanted me to send them a video of her telling them, "Thank you for making Italians and my clients laugh so hard," and I was very surprised. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to imagine. Wait. Yeah, wait, okay. It took me a while to interpret that in my brain for whatever reason, but yeah, that's definitely something. Multicultural exchanges indeed. My only experience with Italy, and it's stupid to say, but my only experience with a lot of European countries is the limited amount of time I played Euro Truck Simulator 2. And I say that because I mainly play American Truck Simulator. I don't know why I prefer that over the European Truck Simulator, but I don't know, it's still kind of, it's its own vibes for whatever reason. Driving around Europe, dealing with the different countries. In the case of like Britain or something, dealing with having to drive on the left side of the road, which was so weird to do at first. But that is, I don't know, it has been quite a long time since I played Euro Truck Simulator. Maybe I should do a stream of that one these days. I know the Nordic Horizons DLC came out a while back, and I've heard really good things about it, so we'll get into that, but maybe I'll do that during next week's anniversary birthday stream. They're surprisingly chill about it. Yeah, I mean, I would hope well, I don't know, hopefully they'd be, you know, cannot imagine if they didn't take it well, and that'd be really awkward, but it's good to hear that at least, you know, they were light-spirited about it. I'm gonna butcher this name to hell. Difos. Okay, let's just go with that. Welcome. Hey, what's up? Who should I train? That is a loaded question because it depends on what you're training for. If you're asking for who I should train for the upcoming Champions meeting in English, I mean, it really depends on who you have, because like it's the sprint CM, right? So it's like it's very limited with the amount of characters that you can train for sprint just because of the rosters. I've been hearing that Narita Taishin is actually technically the best character. It's just getting her to an A rating in sprint, or even like an A rating, let alone an S rating, in sprint is kind of a pain in the butt, and I can definitely agree with that. In terms of actually viable characters, I mean, Sakura Bakshino is definitely, you know, I mean, probably the easiest one and probably the most accessible one. I mean, King Halo may be another one, but I don't know if she's really that recommended. Current-chan, obviously, I mean, if you have her, I mean, that's a whole other thing. Oguri Cap, I've also heard, and that's one I'm probably going to train as well. But, I mean, that's for the CMs. If you're asking who you should train in general, I mean, I guess for like Team Trial stuff, train whoever you want. I mean, Team Trials is kind of what do you say? It's more lax. So you can really just bring whoever you want. I know for me, I just bring my favorite characters along and then just kind of go from there. So it's really just up to you, and then you just kind of train whoever you want. Just train your favorite characters, you know? And at the end of the day, that's what you really should be doing, you know? Don't worry so much about the meta. Just train who you want to train, and train your favorite characters and all that good stuff. Man, this stat line is actually not that bad. Well, no, it's pretty bad. The guts ain't looking too good. By the way, what's the best stat line for the medium in JP? That's also kind of a loaded question. I mean, it depends what you're specifically what you're training for. I would say generically for medium, I mean, you'd still want to probably get max speed, so that's probably going to be like what 1900 plus. Stamina definitely at least 1200, maybe even a little bit more because you need more stamina for the high amounts of speed that you need. So maybe like 1400, 1500 stamina. Power also kind of along the same line, so like 1500. For guts, maybe like 1300, 1400, and then wit, just so you don't get wit checked, at least at 1200, but like 1300 ideally. But yeah, ideally you want all those stats to be like high up. Although I guess for, now that I'm thinking about it, for medium, you probably want to not prioritize guts as much. So guts can be maybe like closer to 1200. It doesn't have to go above that rank, but that is a little bit up to, depending on what the track is, depending on what you're training for, depending on the racing conditions, all that stuff. So it's a very wide range, but that's, I think, the minimum, I think, of what you want to get. For pace, yeah, no, I mean, same thing. It depends, you know. It's, as much as that's kind of a stupid answer to say, but it depends. But I think generically, I would say 1900 in order of the I guess stats: 1900, 1500, 1500, 1200, 1200 maybe might be a pretty good stat line generically. Give or take a couple of hundred, I think, for depending on whether you have bad conditions. If you have bad conditions, I think you probably want more stamina, more power. And then, yeah, again, with the wit check, you don't want to get wit checked, so it's just like you want to get probably around 1200 at least for the wit. But yeah, that's welcome to Japanese Umamusume, where everything is so overpowered right now because of the power creep, which is kind of standard for these types of games, but it's how it is. Okay, we are, I mean, this run's already dead because we don't have S-Mile, but at least I can try and get something good. And right now, it's not going to be good because, oh man, the guts is not great. This, I guess, yeah, guts. We'll try and get the guts up a little bit, but this is probably not going to end up being that good anyway, so even if I did get S-Mile, this probably wouldn't have been the run. Although the stamina actually is actually looking pretty good. If there's one thing I will say, the stamina is actually pretty good. And also the power's maxed out, so I mean, I guess I can't complain about that. Yeah. Yep. Power creep in games, that's always a thing in these types of gacha games. Look forward to Mant, which apparently, from what I heard from previous chatter, is called Track Blazer or whatever. I don't know where you got that. I'm kind of a little bit doubtful of that actually being. I feel like I would have seen at least some mention of that in like the subreddit or something, but I had seen nothing about that. I don't even know if that's. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when they come out with the official announcement for what they call Mant, make a new track. But I feel like they are going to call it make a new track, right? Because it's like, it's in English called make a new track in the Japanese. So it's like, why wouldn't they just keep it like that? And why would they call it Trailblazer or Trackblazer or whatever the hell they're saying? But it's their decision, not mine. I mean, generally the translations have been pretty good. Translation teams have been pretty good with the game. I've only had like one or two minor complaints. Those being stuff like, oh, why are they calling them Tom Tom or whatever, or stuff like that. But it's good. I like how they're doing it. I'm currently training a Genesis with Chrono Genesis with New York. What? Every time I see NY, I think of New York. I think it's just me, my sports brain, with the shorthand abbreviations like NY, New York, LA, always Los Angeles, but like Boss is Boston, or MIL is MIA is missing in action, or Miami. It's just like, you know, that kind of sports coded brain. Anyway, sorry. Currently training a Chrono Genesis with a New Year's Opera and Mecha Hayahide, but man, my Sparks RNG is so bad. Yeah, that's the Sparks RNG is just can be a pain in the butt. It is a little bit better in Japanese. Like, I'm having so much trouble trying to get at least an S something. an S like rated sprint or like an S rated turf in the English version because it's such a pain in the butt to try and get that. So it's a little bit better in Japanese, but it's still really hard if you don't have the right parents for that. And even if you do have the right parents, like I'm bringing pretty good parents and I'm still not getting S mile for whatever reason. Sorry, man, can't relate. No, you're good. I know it's rare for people to be both into sports and anime, so I'm no worries there. I got kind of separate friend, well, not separate friend groups. Some of my friends who are into anime are also kind of into like basketball and stuff, and we talk about that. So, but I know that's like kind of a rare thing. So, all good. I have some skill points left. Let me see where I can put them. I don't think I have any good. Probably this one, and this one, and this one. All right. Well, let's see the damage. Let's see how bad this ended up being. Haven't gotten a triple S Uma for like 3 months now. I mean, triple S is pretty hard to do, especially since ideally you want to try and put your chips into like a lot of everything. So like that's why my parents are all mostly just mile inherits, just because I really want to try and get that S mile. But yeah, triple S is pretty yeah, because like right now, like this parent is, well, if I can see you now. Nope, I can't. Well, yeah, you can see mile, nothing but mile. Surprisingly that was third. Okay, well, good job me. Okay. But yeah, because generally I feel like you want to go for distance is usually the one you want to most get S in for competitive stuff. I know sometimes you want the dirt/turf to be an S. Strategy, I feel like generally S is kind of cool. It would be nice, but it's generally not really that required. But don't let me yuck your yum into getting a triple S Uma, because that's pretty cool to have anyway. So, alright, let me. Oh my god, I have so many event points, and the event isn't going to end for 5 more days, so I'm just going to keep farming those anyway and getting this going. Alright, great. I love getting 1 statue. I'm on my 11th bingo card, by the way. Yeesh. I mean, hey, I'm glad at least the event rewards are slightly different now, so you get the some of the race banners instead of what it had previously with like the SP items. I'm glad they kind of got rid of the SP items, because that was kind of annoying having to deal with leveling up your cards. Especially when you're like me and you have like 17 million of them, and it's just like, well, they're kind of useless because I don't have any cards to level up, so it's like, what do I use them for? And it's like, that's why they got rid of them. Getting S on strat is pretty good for low wit, and I use a witless deck, so it really helps a lot. That is true. Yeah, I guess that is a good point, so. Especially if you're gonna... Because, like, Highlander is not a good strat for the current current strategy, current scenario. So you want to definitely at least have two speed cards, but then you're kind of left with leaving at least one strategy kind of SOL. And early on, I think I was kind of the same, and I didn't bring a wit card, and then that resulted in me getting hella good Umas, but then hella good rating Umas, but actually bad in like any sort of competitive setting because they had such low wit, and then they get wit checked. So, like for example, if I look at my deck of cards, or not deck of cards, my characters that I had, ignore the Ineses, those were my fan runs. But for example, actually, if I sorted by rating. So like, yeah, my top rated Uma right now is like this Jungle Pocket, which I didn't bring any wit cards for this. And it's only because I have such high ratings and everything else that it ended up being like such a high rating. But honestly, in a competitive setting, this is actually completely useless, low-key. I say competitive as in like a CM or like any sort of like Masters challenge or something. But it still works in at something like a Legends race or something, but it's like... Overall, it's just, yeah. And then I realized you kind of need at least the baseline of wit to be like maybe like at least 1,000 to be good. But if you're doing it for rating's sake, like for what I do with my Team Trials team, because all my Team Trials characters are at least a UA something, but with a caveat that they're all pretty low guts, or not guts, weight rating. I initially didn't bring the guts, or God, why do I keep mixing up guts and wit? I don't know what's wrong with my brain. But yeah, no, I used to not just bring wit cards, but they're not really that good, actually. And in fact, I can probably test it right now. Yeah, I have some RP, so I can show y'all how much I lose in the team trials. It's pretty painful to watch. Watch as I go for 4 straight losses. Although maybe not, because I'm in class 5 right now, so maybe I might get a win. Okay, there you go. There's a win. Let's see, there's a lose. Probably gonna be mostly, yeah, it's mostly gonna be losses because my team is not good. It's just rating sake, but that's okay, I guess. I just hover between class 5 and class 6. Do you use a Gutless deck? I mainly use Gutless decks for any sort of medium and long build, just because Guts isn't really... I mean, Guts isn't totally useless, but it's still, out of the 5 stats, I feel like probably going to be the least prioritized. Like, you probably want at least, like, maybe at least 1,000 or, like, 1,100, but ideally getting it to, like, 1,200 or more. But when it comes to the other stats, I feel like you want to prioritize those more, because it's like, for medium and long builds, it's like definitely speed is number 1, and then depending on whether you're doing, like, the longer the build, I think it kind of alternates between stamina and power, and then I think wit is next in still being important, and then guts, so. But if I'm doing something like a mile or a sprint or mile, like I'm currently doing for the current League of Heroes stuff, that's when I do something like this, where it's like I don't bring a stamina card, and then I hope that I get enough stamina to be able to survive, which even for like a mile competitive thing, even like I think 1,000 is still pretty good. Like 850 is I think like the bare minimum, and you can usually get away with that by doing enough stamina or power training anyway, so that's generally the case. But yeah, that's usually how it is, and then yeah, I think this is what I used for. What did I use this for? I think I used this for something like building a late surger. But yeah, you see, I don't have a guts card here, even though I have a lot of good guts card. I have Stego at least, and I have Orpheus, so. But it isn't really that useful sometimes. Anyway. Okay, so I think oh, it's already been 4 hours. Yeah, I think that's gonna do it. Unfortunately, we didn't get the best runs today, but we still have some time before the League of Heroes. I think more than anything, I'm worried because the Champions meeting in English is about to start in 2 days, and I did not realize it was starting this soon. So I need to start preparing for that. So maybe we might do a stream of that next week. Who knows? And by next week, I mean like Wednesday or something like that, because tomorrow we're going to be doing Mega Bonk. But anyway, let's go into just chatting and sign off. All right, well, thanks all for watching. See you next time. Yeah, nice catching up. Hope you're having hope you have a good time in Europe, and yeah, hope you have a good time in Canada as well. Safe travels, and hope to see you again in the future. But as for my future, I will be doing more Mega Bonk tomorrow, so look forward to that, 6 p.m. at the usual time. And then, as I mentioned, next week we will be doing the special first anniversary / birthday fun times. Because technically today is it's been 1 year since I've actually started streaming, but I didn't plan accordingly, so we're doing it next week. 12 straight hours of fun times, and let me just put that in the chat just as a reminder. But yeah, we will be doing that. It'll start Saturday next week, which is Valentine's Day, but that's neither here nor there. Valentine's Day is a stupid holiday anyway. We'll be doing that from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific, so look forward to that. But we'll definitely be doing stream tomorrow, and then we'll be doing some streams. I'll probably try and do some streams next week, mid-next week, like Wednesday, Thursday, that kind of thing. Definitely Friday, Fall Guys, before we get into the Bonanza. But that's gonna be it for me. Can't wait for it. Yeah, I'm excited for it as well. It's gonna be fun. But that's all for me tonight. It's been Shino the Penguin. Thanks all so much for watching, and hope you have a good rest of your Saturday or Sunday or whatever time of day it may be. Stay frosty, and see you all in the next one. Thank you.